Chapter 151, Yi Futian and Yu Xing continued on their merry way. They traveled through a barren area where demon beasts roamed from time to time. However, there was not another person to be seen. On the black-winged eagle, Yu Xing asked, "Do you know what fate is?" Yi Futian nodded his head. Fate is similar to the power of will. That beast was able to assimilate into the wind. It probably has a strong will of the wind that it acquired in some hidden ancient plane within the ancient barren world. Or maybe he ate something special to gain this power, and in the ancient barren world, this type of power transformed into fate. Once this fate grows to a certain point, it might be able to go through some changes, resulting in noble fate. A person who acquires noble fate had the potential to become a strong noble plane cultivator. This process probably depends on how well you can grasp the concepts. Yi Futian hypothesized as such because he had once felt the power of will. This felt similar. "You can see the fate of that beast?" asked Yu Xing. "As long as it reveals these types of powers, it's easy to tell," Yi Futian smiled. The black-winged eagle continued forward. Every now and then, they would leave behind fire and the sweet smells of barbecued meat. On their journey, the good food never stopped. The fate within their bodies was collecting and growing. Yi Futian and Yu Xing discovered that it was possible to incorporate this fate into their own powers, increasing their abilities. Half a month later, Yi Futian and Yu Xing finally saw other human beings. They were hunting on these barren lands. Not too far ahead, the ground was shaking. Yi Futian looked over and saw a crazed demon bear running around. The beast was completely white. The ground it walked across frosted over. "Yu Xing," called Yi Futian. Yu Xing understood right away. He bolted toward the demon bear with the hammer in his hand. The demon beast lifted its head. Its eyes blazed with anger. It roared loudly and Yu Xing was covered in a layer of frost. He was going to be sealed in ice. An icy cold force of will exploded from the demon bear. Golden armor appeared on Yu Xing's body and with both hands, he waved around a giant hammer. The power from this action broke through the ice seal and the force charged at the beast. It was as if the demon beast could feel that Yu Xing did not have much energy because it lifted into the air abruptly and tried to attack him with full force. There was a loud noise followed by a heart-wrenching scream from the demon bear. Its large body then fell from the skies and crashed into the ground. "That's going to be another big meal," said Yi Futian with shining eyes. The power of fire in his body gathered and a moment later, dinner was served. A line of figures approached from afar and stopped in the air above Yi Futian. Among the group, there were 3 males and 2 females. They were all fairly young. The 2 females looked very similar and although they each gave off a different vibe, they were both extremely beautiful. "Pardon me, but we have been chasing after that ice bear for quite a while and we're also the ones who incapacitated the beast," said a young man. Yu Xing looked over him emotionlessly. "Within the 4 seas, all men are brothers. Come eat with us." Yi Futian nonchalantly invited the group to join in on their meal. The 5 exchanged looks of concern. They were unclear of Yi Futian and Yu Xing's abilities. They all nodded and seated themselves on the ground. "Are the 2 of you also from Qianmeng City?" asked the young man. "Qianmeng City." Yi Futian's eyes lit up. It seemed like they were nearing the city. The 2 of them had spent these past days in barren land and were bored out of their minds. "You guys don't know?" asked one girl on the side. Yi Futian looked over at her and replied, "No, we don't. We entered the ancient barren land not too long ago and have been traveling through the deserted land. We have yet to reach a city. Is Qianmeng a city nearby?" "Are you guys from the 100 Lands?" the other girl asked. "Yeah," Yi Futian nodded. It seemed these people had reached the city before they could, but that was normal. After all, the black-winged eagle was not very fast and they made many detours. The 2 of them had also stopped to hunt demon beasts along the way. It was only natural that their speed was slower than others. Seeing Yi Futian nod his head, the 3 youths finally let down their guard. So, they're natives of the Hundred Lands. The Hundred Lands was located at the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The youths had heard that the door to the ancient barren world had just opened to them not too long ago. Since you guys are from the Hundred Lands, you must not know much about the ancient barren world, said one of the young men. He then bent down to chow down on the barbecued meat. There was no need to hold back anymore. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone of voice. That's true. So, please take care of us in the future, Yi Futian chuckled. My name is Yi Futian and this is my brother from another mother, Yu Sheng. He introduced. Yi Futian's smile made him look as harmless as a baby. Although the 17-year-old was now much more mature, he had yet to evolve completely. He was still partly that same immature, happy-go-lucky boy he used to be. My name is Ruo Yu and this is my older sister, Ruo Qiu, said one of the girls. Her sweet smile gave her a gentle, loving vibe while her sister looked to be more on the cold and distant side. Very nice, said a young man. He smiled lightly but did not introduce himself. One of his friends followed. You both look so young. To be able into the ancient barren world from the Hundred Lands, you guys must have some outstanding gifts. Our gifts are nothing out of the ordinary. We're only in the 9-star glory plane, Yi Futian answered matter-of-factly. Brother Yi, you must be joking. The highest level of cultivation among our group is a 4th level Dharma plane and we were still unable to stop that beast. We had our own beast to help in its capture. Besides, the demon bear was already hurt. We were barely able to defeat it ourselves, replied Yi Futian. The group looked over at the black-winged eagle and nodded. All of them continued to feast as they chatted and very quickly, Yi Futian was able to gather information as well as get a feel for each of them. Wang Zhu, 4th level Dharma plane, had the highest level of cultivation among the group. Gu Cheng was in the 3rd level Dharma plane. Gu Jiang, 2nd level Dharma plane, was Gu Cheng's younger brother. Ruo Qiu was also 2nd level, while Ruo Yu was in the 1st level. The 5 of them had the same powerful force backing them. Wang Zhu was steady. The Gu brothers were a little arrogant, Ruo Qiu was aloof, and Ruo Yu was very friendly and uncalculating. Most of the information Yi Futian acquired was thanks to her. They all came from a city not far from where they were, Qianmeng City. The demon bear was devoured and settled nicely in the stomachs of the 7 youths. As the group of 5 was preparing to depart, Ruo Yu asked, Are you guys going to Qianmeng City? Want to go together? All right. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. There was still a lot he wanted to find out. Have a lot of people from the Hundred Lands arrived at Qianmeng City? Asked Yi Futian, mounted on the black-winged eagle. The group had made their way into the skies. Quite a few. There has been quite some commotion in the city, answered Gu Jiang. Yi Futian, the people from the Hundred Lands all arrived in Qianmeng City in large groups. You guys didn't ally with great powers? It's embarrassing to talk about it. We were abandoned by our group because of our low levels of cultivation, Yi Futian answered sadly. So that's why. Well, you guys were able to travel so far without becoming a meal for demon beasts. You should already count yourselves lucky, laughed Gu Jiang. You guys sure have guts. Entering the ancient barren world in the glory plane, Ruo Yu chuckled and flew closer to land on the black-winged eagle. The ancient barren world opened and many people came. It was only natural that we would also want to give it a try ourselves. We're not fighting for anything with anyone, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Said Yi Futian. Ruo Yu nodded lightly. There are a couple ways to acquire fate, demon beasts, some rare plants have hidden fate, and the many relics in the ancient barren world. You can acquire fate in these ways, but the most direct way would be to steal it. You guys are of such a low level of cultivation, plus you guys don't possess much fate within, so naturally, no one would try to steal from you too. Stealing is also a way, asked Yi Futian. The rest of the Qianmeng group looked at Yi Futian and had a laugh. They were indeed natives from the Hundred Lands. They didn't even know how to acquire fate. Of course. Use your own fate to swallow that of others. With the aid of fate, powerful cultivators can defeat others and order them to release their own fates to be absorbed by the stronger force. People who are truly cruel will simply kill their opponents to take their fate, explained Ruoyu. She looked at Yi Futian. You don't even know this? There was now a sparkle in Yi Futian's eyes. It seemed he finally understood how Emperor Luo stole the fate of the original Nanda Emperor all those years ago. He was sly, stealing all of the Emperor's fate. It was no longer a mystery why Emperor Yi tried to persuade Yi Futian not to enter the ancient barren world at a low level of cultivation. In here, people at the lower level of cultivation were prey for the others. They were at the mercy of everyone else. Even if they managed to acquire fate, in the end, it was only going to benefit those who were more powerful. They continued forward until finally, Yi Futian was able to catch his first glimpse of the city. More and more people came into view. The city ahead was not very big. It could not even compare with the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city, but the beauty was in its simplicity. It was a city of the ancient barren world after all. The people who came here were after fate. Everything they did was for the sake of cultivation. This is Qianmeng City, said Ruoyu as she looked ahead. This city was made by our fellow Qianmeng citizens as a meeting point in the ancient barren world. Entering the ancient barren world from the Qianmeng area, we are able to arrive directly in this historic city. Yi Futian already knew this, even on the way here. The Qianmeng area was similar to the Hundred Lands in the sense that they also had many family clans, but the difference was, their clans were stronger and more powerful. All their clans had a common leader who controlled all of Qianmeng as well as their entrance to the ancient barren world. In the outside world, in order to get from the Hundred Lands to the center of the eastern barren territory, you must pass through the Qianmeng area. The group entered the city. In the air with them were demon beasts all around. Among them were some very rare powerful demons. Compared to them, the black-winged eagle did indeed look very ordinary. The ancient Qianmeng city consisted of people in all different planes. People of power from the Qianmeng area would enter the ancient barren world for practice even if they were not in the upper-level Dharma planes. After some time, the group of youths arrived at an inn. Many people were gathered in the lobby, drinking and chatting. "You're back," a young man said to Ruoqiu and the others. Senior brother Yan greeted Ruoqiu. The others followed suit. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Then, his eyes fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Who are they?" he asked. "They're from the Hundred Lands. We met them on the way and since we were all headed here, we served as their guide," answered Ruoqiu. "The Hundred Lands?" The young man lifted his brows and followed by saying, "Don't just bring any back here in the future." "Then, I'll make them leave," said Ruoqiu. "No need. I'll let it go this time." The young man shook his head then said, "We'll head to the Tsang Mountain relic together tomorrow." A look crossed Ruoqiu's face but she only nodded her head. The young man walked away from the group. Yi Futian stood quietly in the back and observed the whole scene. He had a weird expression in his eyes. "Seems like we treated them to a meal of bear meat for no reason." Ruoqiu's words made things very obvious. There was not a single hint of gratitude. Chapter 152, Ruoyu looked at Yi Futian apologetically and said softly, "Don't be angry. Senior Yan is like that. He's strict but his cultivation talent is extraordinarily high. I'm not angry at him." Yi Futian shrugged. Senior Yan didn't know him so it was logical to not want to bring him with. However, Ruoqiu's words weren't that nice. "Is this in part of your clan?" Yi Futian asked. "No." Ruoyu shook her head. "I see. Then I won't have to worry about getting kicked out." Yi Futian walked away with a smile. Yu Sheng and the black-winged eagle followed behind him. They found a worker and prepared to stay here. Brother Ye's temper is quite big. Gu Jiang smiled faintly after hearing Yi Futian's words. "Let's go," Wang Ju said. Ruoyu's eyes sparkled, she finally knew why Yi Futian was angry. Thinking for a bit, she walked up to her sister and said, "They invited us to eat the demon bear's meat and we could travel together because we were going to the same place." "Why did you have to say that? What do you know?" Ruo Chiu glared at her. "You're inexperienced." "In that situation, those two 9-star glory plane cultivators had to invite us, but did you see how he tried to get close? I think he has an ulterior motive." "I think Yi Futian isn't that bad," Ruo Yu said nonchalantly. "Even if he has another motive, it'll just be to explore the lower ancient barren world deeper. It's not that big of a deal." "Ruo Yu, you trust people too easily," Gu Qing said. "You should be a bit more cautious for these chance meetings." "I know," Ruo Yu replied, still not caring. "You all go first." With that, she waited in place. A few moments later, the worker brought Yi Futian over. "Waiting for me?" Yi Futian asked her. "Yeah." Ruo Yu nodded. "My sister has a bad temper. Please don't mind her. She might have misjudged you. Your sister probably thinks I have an ulterior motive, which isn't wrong. I know nothing about the ancient barren world. I really do want to learn some things from you all," Yi Futian admitted honestly. "That doesn't count," Ruo Yu said, shaking her head. "I can tell you whatever you want to know. What is the Tsang Mountain relic that your senior was talking about? Are there other relics around Qianmeng City?" Yi Futian asked. "The Tsang Mountain relic has some stone walls carved with words and paintings. It's a mysterious place, but it contains fate," Ruo Yu said. "Many people go there every day and a good many of talented people reach enlightenment there. However, no one has ever been able to completely solve the mystery. Perhaps they aren't high enough in plane. Other relics definitely exist, but tomorrow, let's go to the Tsang Mountain relic. You can see a lot of powerful figures from the Qianmeng city. Many people from your 100 lands should be there too." "I'll go by myself," Yi Futian said, smiling. "I'll take you there without them." "You don't know the way," Ruo Yu said after pondering for a moment. "Okay, let's go together. I don't want your senior and sister to be unhappy." Yi Futian saw how stubborn Ruo Yu was and didn't want to make it hard for her. "Okay, I'll go find you tomorrow when we set out," Ruo Yu said. The next day, Ruo Yu really did come to find Yi Futian and they left soon after. Ruo Chiu's group was already outside the inn. Seeing Ruo Yu with Yi Futian, Ruo Chiu glared while Gu Jiang smiled. "Brother Yi, are you going to the Tsang Mountain relic too?" "Yes, I want to take a look." Yi Futian nodded. "Since we're going to the same place, let's go together," Gu Jiang said, slightly smiling. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were still going to follow them. Two glory plane cultivators had to find some support in the ancient barren world. "Let's go," Yan Lu said, and the group instantly soared into the sky. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng followed behind on the Black Wind Eagle. Ruo Yu also rode with them, chatting mindlessly. As the name implied, the Tsang Mountain relic was in the Tsang Mountain, south of the Qianmeng city. It was beside the sea, standing right where the mountains and sea met. Strange rocks were everywhere and many were smooth as if people sat on them a lot. The Tsang Mountain relic was here. The strange rocks faced various stone walls in different directions. The walls were all carved with writing and images. When Yi Futian's group arrived, there were already many people there. This was one of the places where fate could be born, so strong cultivators came for enlightenment throughout the year. Yan Lu and the others weren't so eye-catching anymore. Everyone here was the cream of the crop of Qianmeng City, and there were more than enough famous figures. "It's senior sister Yun," Ruo Chiu said, looking somewhere. Yan Lu and the others followed her gaze. A beautiful figure stood atop a large rock in the middle of the stone walls. The sea wind blew in from the sea, fluttering her clothing. Her clothes and hair flew in the breeze while she focused calmly on a wall. Her brows were curved like crescent moons. She was extremely dazzling and many eyes fell on her. She was obviously an extraordinary figure and stood out from the crowd. Yan Lu's group approached her and bowed in greeting. "Senior Yun." Yun Qianma glanced at Yen Lu. She nodded and then focused back on the stone wall. Didn't you all enter the ancient barren world together? Yi Futian asked Ruo Yu curiously. Ruo Yu rolled her eyes. The ancient barren world has always been open. Whoever wants to train can come with whoever they want. Clans don't all come at once unless something big happened. Plus, our clan is big while senior sister Yun is an upper disciple. We rarely see each other, let alone come together. Yi Futian started to understand this. The Qianmeng city must have many powerful clans and the ancient barren world had been open for years. He couldn't see things from the point of the 100 lands. Yun Qianma, how are you feeling? A voice suddenly rang out. It was a figure standing on another large stone. He wore a long dark robe and was extraordinarily handsome. Yun Qianma glanced at him indifferently and didn't reply. The youth smiled, not minding. Continuing to look at the stone wall before him, he smiled and said, I received some inspiration but I still need some time to understand this wall. Lu Yuan, Ruo Yu said softly, he's one of the top geniuses of the Qianmeng area. He's extremely talented. Yi Futian nodded. Those two had taken great spots. There were geniuses from other places studying around them. At this moment, Yen Lu's group all walked toward a wall, the one Yun Qianma was studying. Yi Futian also looked over and saw a line of words. 1,000 threads of rain, 100 meters of mountain, a sword's cold flash cuts the sadness of farewell, Yi Futian murmured as he looked at the wall. It seemed to be a poem. He wondered who would carve such poetic words. He could also feel a sharp sword aura from the words. It seemed as if the words would jump out and transform into sword intent. It's sword techniques, Yi Futian said. Brother Yi, do you think we don't know? Gu Jiang asked, turning around and chuckling. Indeed, it is a set of sword techniques but no one has been able to completely decipher its artistic conception, Ruo Yu said. Many copied it down and took it back to their elders but they still couldn't be enlightened. However, the talented ones can feel a shred of the artistic conception and receive fate of varying levels. Yi Futian chuckled. His freedom meditation spun and the world instantly changed before his eyes. All details became extremely clear. He looked at the stone wall and the words seemed to jump into his mind, becoming three-dimensional. They changed, subtly becoming some sort of shape, no longer ordinary words. They were more like the shape of a sword. At that moment, Yi Futian clearly felt a powerful sword intent rush into his mind as if he could begin practicing swordsmanship if he wanted. With the will, Yi Futian felt a shred of sword fate in his body. He gathered his thoughts and looked at Ruo Yu with an odd expression. What's wrong? Ruo Yu had to ask after seeing Yi Futian's strange look. Nothing, he replied quietly. The so-called artistic conception of the poem seemed to be pretty easy. 1,000 threads of rain. The sword is like 1,000 threads, splashing like rain, Yen Lu mumbled as he looked at the wall. Ruo Chio's eyes brightened and she smiled, saying, such a great artistic conception. This set of sword techniques must be shockingly strong. But what does the 100 meters of mountain mean? If the first sentence is saying that the sword is as fast as rain, is the second describing the sword's weight? Yen Lu was uncertain. Senior brother, you are so wise. There seems to be a way to decipher the artistic conception of the poem, Gu Jiang said. Yi Futian couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that this wasn't a poem so there obviously wasn't an artistic conception of the poem. What are you laughing about? Ruo Chio turned around and asked. No one could decipher the poem's artistic conception all these years. Isn't it a waste of time to go down the same path? Yi Futian asked in return. So you understand? Ruo Chio replied coldly. Then tell me the true meaning of this poem. Perhaps it isn't a poem and it doesn't have an artistic conception. Perhaps they're just words, Yi Futian said. Nonsense. Ruo Chio heard Yi Futian's words and said coolly, for countless years, talents have found the artistic conception and received their fates. They just couldn't decipher it completely, and yet you think they're only words. Do you think they're all wrong? Maybe, Yi Futian said with a smile. Ruo Qiu froze and then scoffed. You're only in the glory plane and yet you speak so brazenly. Are you trying to seem unique to attract our attention? Yi Futian looked at Ruo Qiu. This woman was even more conceited than him. Why would he want to attract her attention? You got me. Yi Futian sighed and shrugged at Yu Sheng. Let's go. Ruo Qiu smirked. I knew it. Yu Sheng glanced at her coolly. With her looks? Where did she get the confidence? Chapter 153, seeing that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were walking away, Ruo Yu glared at Ruo Qiu and said, Sis, can you stop talking with such a nasty attitude? Didn't you hear him admit it himself? Ruo Qiu asked calmly. Ruo Yu, don't get too close to that kind of people, said Yan Lu. Ruo Yu looked at her senior brother. Even though she disagreed with what her senior brother had said, she did not say anything. She looked up ahead. She watched as Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked towards a large rock. There, a graceful young man stood silently. When they reached him, he spoke, got hated on. Like watching me suffer. Yi Futian looked at the young man in front of him, slightly upset. Yi Wuchen took a quick look at Ruo Qiu who was not too far away and then back at the dispirited Yi Futian. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. This guy is such a hotshot in both the Kangyi kingdom and the Nanda nation. He even rejected when a beauty like Lin Yueyao tried to get acquainted. Who would have thought that there would be a day when Yi Futian would be despised by a girl? Where's Yi Shao? Asked Yi Futian. We split up a long while ago, answered Yi Wuchen. Yi Shao cultivates at the Kangyi College. If he plans on inheriting the throne in the future, it would be useful to have the support of the school. Yi Futian nodded. Of course, he understood what Yi Wuchen was trying to say. The students of Kangyi College who entered the ancient barren world now would be the future leaders of Kangyi College. What did you get from this? Asked Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen looked at the stone wall. His brows furrowed. I can only feel some sort of intent, but I don't know how to approach it. Perhaps it's still not the right time. Maybe we need to give it more time. Yi Futian walked up next to him and squatted down. Yi Wuchen looked down at him. He watched as Yi Futian used spiritual qi to carve something into the stone. It looked like a word. It was the first word of the poem, 1000. After the word was carved, it actually began to change. It looked like it was moving and morphed into the shape of a sword. Yi Wuchen's eyes brightened at this sight. His gaze was glued to the stone wall ahead. Don't try to decipher its artistic conception or whatever. Break up the words, said Yi Futian. All right, nodded Yi Wuchen. When he looked at the stone wall again, it seemed as if the words had changed again. Just then, the black winged eagle, who was standing off to the side, gently flapped its wings. Its eyes twinkled as it looked at Yi Futian with anticipation. You want to learn as well? Asked Yi Futian. The black winged eagle nodded. You really are becoming too smart for your own good, muttered Yi Futian. It seemed that the beast had reaped some benefits from acquiring fate. Their spirits were linked, so it should be easy to teach it. Let me get a feel for it first. Yi Futian sat down on the large boulder, once again focusing on the stone wall. Every word carved into that wall seemed to be morphing into swords. The will of sword kept rushing into his mind. Even though he saw the sword forms and felt the sword intent, if Yi Futian wanted to cultivate this sword technique, he would first need to understand it. He was not a swordsman, so he was not going to waste his time to do so. It was enough for him to get a feel for the fate. Yi Futian was going to leave the cultivation of this sword technique to Yi Wuchen. Following that, Yi Futian continued to observe. At the same time, he would tell Yi Wuchen the form of the swords. Slowly, Yi Wuchen fell into the rhythm as well and became able to see for himself. There was no longer need for pointers from Yi Futian. The strange thing was, the black winged eagle, standing next to Yi Futian, continued to stare at the stone wall. It did not even blink. It seemed as if the beast was beginning to comprehend it as well. Standing off to the side, Yu Sheng witnessed this scene and was shocked. He couldn't even do what a demon beast could. After a while, Yi Futian collected himself and looked over at Yi Wuchen. His eyes were closed shut and a faint hint of sword intent flowed around him. By the looks of it, Yi Wuchen had comprehended the sword techniques hidden in the lines of poetry. "Let's take a look at the other walls," said Yi Futian. The black winged eagle's eyes brightened and flapped its wings, carrying itself in another direction. It landed on a large boulder in front of a wall with engraved art. This engraving depicted a large golden rock charging into the heavens. Its apparitions were also shown, serving as an indicator of the beasts soaring through the skies. Yi Futian glanced at the black winged eagle. Looks like this guy had its eyes set on this wall beforehand. But Yi Futian felt like this depiction also suited himself. The black winged eagle and Yu Sheng could cultivate it too. His freedom meditation began to spin in his mind again. An image appeared in his mind. It was the very scene engraved on the wall. A golden rock spread its wings to soar through the skies. It roared loudly. It moved faster than the wind, not leaving an afterimage. Its movements were swift and natural like the flow of the wind. The scene and his memories overlapped slightly, making the image clearer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian's thoughts fell into a mystical state where he felt like he had transformed into the rock, breaking through the clouds into the heavens. Using the freedom meditation, he was able to decipher the true meanings behind the poem and the image on the stone walls. However, it was completely up to his own comprehension abilities to find out what they truly meant. Slowly, Yi Futian's eyes closed. To him, it no longer felt like he was standing on the boulder in front of the wall. He felt as if he was zooming through the clouds in the sky. A strong force of will came from the stone wall and rushed into his mind endlessly. The more he was able to decipher and understand from the image on the wall, the more powerful the fate and will would get. The black winged eagle and Yu Sheng were both doing their best as well. However, the artistic conception they had was more on the simple side. The beast was affected by its natural gifts while Yu Sheng's gifts did not belong in this category. Around them, many cultivators who specialized in the element of wind were doing the same. From time to time, a light would shine from their bodies as these people attempted to incorporate their perceptions with their original abilities. After a long time, Yi Futian opened his eyes to see the black winged eagle looking at himself with a pitiful expression. Using his spiritual energy, Yi Futian transferred the results of his meditation his beast companion. Following this, the black winged eagle also began its own cultivation with the deciphered messages. "Yu Sheng, that wall really suits you," said Yi Futian. He was pointing to a stone wall in another direction. This wall was close to the ocean and on it were engravings of large, roaring waves. With one simple look, you could almost feel the artistic conception of the image rushing at you like a terrifying force. The two friends headed for that wall. Standing in front of it, the ocean waves rolled in and smacked against the side of Tsang Mountain. The great tides seemed to match with the artistic conception given off by the image on the wall. "What do you feel?" asked Yi Futian. "Ferocity and power," said Yu Sheng. "That's right," nodded Yi Futian. Because he was able to use the freedom meditation, he could see things more clearly. It was as if the image was moving, each wave was higher than the last. Its power was destructive. This image was not a sword nor was it wind. It was pure ferocity and power. The two studied it in silence and after a long while, Yi Futian left alone. He walked over to another stone wall by the ocean. This was the last Tsang Mountain wall with engravings. There was no one standing in front of this wall. The other three walls were somewhat comprehensible, but this one, no one understood. They couldn't feel any fate from this wall. The image on the stone wall depicted a figure clad in white seated with both hands on a guqin. There was no artistic conception. Yi Futian used the freedom meditation, but he could only see the person in the image playing the guqin. he was not able to feel any will from the image. However, this made the image even more extraordinary. If even the freedom meditation didn't work, it only proved that Yi Futian's level of cultivation was not yet high enough. Yi Futian stood there quietly, simply looking at the stone wall. There was only him. Yi Wuchen was in front of the sword wall, the black winged eagle at the golden rock wall, and Yu Sheng at the wave wall. The four of them each had a wall that enlightened them. Yi Futian's world became very quiet, but in reality, there were people everywhere at the Tsang Mountain relic. Ruo Qiu's eyes wandered in Yi Futian's direction. He stood out too much. He was the only one in front of that wall. No one has ever deciphered the message behind that image, but look at him, pretending he knows what he's doing. You should know the type of person he is now, she said to Ruo Yu. They hadn't even been here for long, but Yi Futian had already stopped in front of every wall. He was purely wasting time here. Ruo Yu looked over at him briefly. She could not understand his actions. Senior brother Yan was able to get a bit of sword intent from studying the stone wall, said Ruo Qiu. She had a smile on her face as she watched Yan Lu, who stood not too far away in front of her. Sword intent came from the stone wall and revolved around him. Yan Lu took a deep breath before saying, "This poem is indeed hiding a powerful artistic conception. By the studying its form, it is possible to feel the will of the sword. If I want to understand it completely, I'm afraid it will take a fairly long time." Senior brother Yan, you're so talented. Normal people can't even compare to you, smiled Ruo Qiu. I'm still lacking quite a bit in comparison to senior sister Yun. Yan Lu lifted his head to look at Yun Qianma. She was perched on top of a tall boulder. Yun Qianma had a wave of sword intent revolving around her. It was obvious that her understanding of the image on the stone wall was greater than that of Yan Lu. More and more people arrived at the Tsang Mountain relic, making the environment crowded and lively. Just then, a figure had grasped the attention of a large group of people. This person had looks that made them stand out. In terms of looks, even Yun Qianma didn't shine as brightly anymore in comparison. There were many powerful guards next to this newcomer. This person was the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. In the matter of outer appearance, it was only natural not a lot of people could compare to her. Her eyes drifted off to a certain direction and immediately saw Yi Wuchen. Her glamorous body sauntered over next to him. Gu Cheng, Ruo Qiu, and the others looked over in their direction. A little while ago, Yi Futian seemed to be acquainted with Yi Wuchen. Now, this girl had also headed over to him. Who was this Yi Wuchen? Was this shockingly beautiful girl also from the 100 Lands? Yi Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yueyao. She screamed and snapped her eyes shut. It felt as if a sword had pierced into her eyes. Are you okay? Asked Yi Wuchen. Lin Yueyao opened her eyes slowly. They were slightly red. She looked at him and replied, Are you trying to kill me? I was cultivating, didn't know it was you, he explained. She was speechless. Then, she turned to look at the stone wall and muttered lowly, So this is the stone wall of the Tsang Mountain relic? How come I can't feel anything from it? How did you get the artistic conception? I actually didn't get much from it originally, but an unordinary guy showed up, he said. An unordinary guy? Lin Yueyao asked with a questioning look. Her eyes shifted elsewhere and she saw a lonely figure standing in front of a stone wall. He looked as if he was the only person on earth. A strange look crossed her face. Can this guy stop living in his own solitude world? Yi Wuchen was right. He definitely was an unordinary guy. Chapter 154, Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian's backside. From Yi Wuchen's words, she guessed that he was only enlightened with Yi Futian's help. This guy was only in the glory plane. Why was he so scary? But from his performance at the Fenghua banquet and Tingfeng banquet, he truly couldn't be treated like a regular person. What's he doing? Lin Yueyao asked quietly. He's probably getting inspired. This is the last stone wall, Yi Wuqian said calmly. Lin Yueyao's gaze moved to the other walls. She saw Yu Sheng and the Black Wind Eagle. Was the Black Wind Eagle cultivating too? Being enlightened and inspired by the Tsang Mountain relic? It was one thing for the ones beside Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu, to be so scarily talented, but now was his ordinary demon beast cultivating too? Yi Futian didn't know what Lin Yueyao was thinking. He didn't even know she was there. He was still quietly sensing the stone wall. Closing his eyes, he emptied everything. The mountains on all sides of him were imprinted in his mind. Waves crashed, one tide higher than the last. Gradually, a picture appeared in his mind. It was of a white-robed figure playing guqin on the Tsang Mountain. Someone was practicing the sword on the beach. The sword technique seemed desolate. The waves came and fell into the sword intent, transforming into 1,000 threads of rain. On the mountain, hundreds of meters tall, the blade flashed coldly and cut the pain of separation. He realized that the poem truly did have an artistic conception. A golden rock soared into the sky, wanting to bid farewell to the man. It cried beside the sea and transformed into countless afterimages, sweeping up the tides. All of this seemed to become a painting. The walls on all sides were not separate entities, their artistic conceptions were one. There was a flash and Yi Futian's guqin spirit appeared. He sat, crossing his legs, and began playing his guqin alone. The graceful melody streamed out, attracting much attention. Many people gazed at him with an odd expression. A 9-star glory plain musical sorcerer was playing his instrument before the stone wall that no one could decipher. Had he really sensed the artistic conception? Lin Yueyao's eyes sparkled. This guy really acted as if the others didn't exist. Interesting. Lu Yuan glanced at Yi Futian and smiled lightly. Shock also flashed past Yun Qianma's pretty eyes. There was some otherworldliness in the melody, as if it was being played from space. In the melody's artistic conception, waves crashed onto the empty mountain, rocks soared in the air, and people cut the pain of separation with their swords. The emotion and scene went with the music perfectly. As Yi Futian played, the will inside the stone wall went together with his music, resonating. Shortly after, a burst of music intent landed inside Yi Futian's mind, strengthening the artistic conception. It was as if Yi Futian was playing the artistic conception directly. That was not all. In that moment, he seemed to be resonating with the other 3 walls as well. The sword intent, golden rock intent, and sea wave intent all rushed into his mind, coming back out as music. An image appeared with the music. It snuck into Yu Sheng's mind and he shook violently. He instantly felt the artistic conceptions of the sea wave wall and golden rock wall appear clearly in his mind, allowing him to directly sense them. The same artistic conception entered the Black Wind Eagle's mind. It flapped its wings, appearing to be excited. After that, Yi Wuqian, standing to the side, suddenly felt sword intent enter his ear with the music. His eyes flashed and he turned to look at the sword wall. It was as if he could feel an extremely clear picture. An illusory figure was practicing a set of sword techniques. Ruo Yu had the same treatment as Yi Wuqian, but she didn't understand it at first. When the artistic conception in the music became stronger and stronger, she looked at Yi Futian in shock and finally understood. Then she looked to the sword wall and started sensing. However, the others didn't know about the changes in their bodies. They continued to sense quietly, but their savviness seemed to improve under the music. They could sense deeper things and they rejoiced inwardly, continuing to cultivate quietly. A strange sight appeared. There was no other sound in this area except for the soothing guqin. Seemingly after a long time, the music finally stopped. Yi Futian felt the changes in his body and smiled faintly. It appeared that he didn't have to worry about not receiving a fate in the ancient barren world. Luo Junlin received the noble fate in the ancient barren world and caught the attention of the royal Xian temple. Which force would notice Yi Futian? As the music stopped, people smiled one after another. They had all improved, but they didn't know it was the effect brought upon by the music's artistic conception. They thought they were enlightened by themselves. Only a small minority felt that the music had done something and that the music's artistic conception matched the scene. A string of sword intent flowed up and down Yi Wuqian's body and then disappeared. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt that Yi Futian wasn't normal. This wasn't something a normal person could do. Yi Wuqian understood that Yi Futian had most likely understood the entire Tsang Mountain relic. No one had ever done this before, but he did it. What happened? Lin Yueyao asked. That guy taught me how to cultivate swordsmanship, Yi Wuqian said softly. He taught you? Lin Yueyao was surprised. When Yi Wuqian nodded seriously, she understood immediately and shot a resentful gaze at Yi Futian. She was part of the Fenghua rank too. Why couldn't he help her too? Sword intent flowed across Yen Lu's body. Eyes sharp, he looked at his group. How do you feel? Senior brother, I have some enlightenment, Gu Jiang said. Me too. Ruo Qiu was a bit excited. Not bad. Ruo Yu, what about you? Yen Lu nodded and turned to Ruo Yu to see her eyes wide open, still in shock. Had she really cultivated the sword technique from the wall? She felt crazy. How did she receive enlightenment just like that? The music had brought the artistic conception right into her mind, and then she looked at the wall and saw the sword technique. Okay. Ruo Yu was still out of it. What do you even think about all day? Ruo Qiu couldn't help but say, seeing her sister so dazed. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan said, looking at her again. Want to fight and see how enlightened you are? Don't have time, Yun Qianma replied coolly. Lu Yuan smiled. Wind whistled around him and everyone looked over. A strong wind intent appeared on him, causing a violent wind to scream around him. The fate bloomed and actually fused into the wind intent. A shocking black wind storm swept toward Yun Qianma. Every strand of wind in the terrifying tornado transformed into sharp blades. They were extremely sharp and converged into a storm that could rip apart everything. It was frightening. Melding fate into the wind intent and casting a spell, he attacked without caring if Yun Qianma agreed or not. Such strong intent. As expected of the Lu family of the Qianmeng area. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan. It was obvious that he had comprehended quite a bit. Yun Qianma turned around. Her robes fluttered in the wild wind and a sword appeared in her hand. Her fate also bloomed and fused into the sword intent. Then it whistled as she waved her sword and a curtain of swords appeared around her. The tornado ripped towards her and collided with the sword intent. The world changed and the boulders were pulverized. Yun Qianma soared into the air, her long hair flying. The sword intent strengthened and cut the tornado up bit by bit. When the storm disappeared, Yun Qianma hovered in the air alone. As expected of senior sister Yun, Ruo Qiu gasped. I seem to feel the artistic conception of the wall in those sword techniques. Ruo Yu's eyes flashed and she mumbled, her techniques were wrong. What nonsense. Ruo Qiu glared at her. Let's only test the strength that we comprehended here, Lu Yuan said. As soon as he spoke, he rushed into the air, charging at Yun Qianma like a rock. For a moment, he seemed to have transformed into a rock. Wielding her sword, it seemed that the sword's artistic conception descended around Yun Qianma. Seeing the rock cut through the air, she swung her sword and the blade transformed into a light that sliced the sky. Various afterimages came out of the rock. The two moved instantaneously and were too fast for the naked eye to keep up. Boom! Lu Yuan's body had already left, but Yun Qianma's beautiful body continued to descend. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was hovering arrogantly in the air. He smiled thinly. Yun Qianma, it appears that you didn't comprehend enough. The senior disciple of your clan is just so. Everyone looked at them. Even though Lu Yuan had the upper hand, it didn't mean that Yun Qianma's enlightenment wasn't as good as his. Other than the tablet that no one could understand, the sword stone was the most difficult one. Its artistic conception was hidden inside the poem and thus it was unfair. Lu Yuan had taken advantage of this. It was as if he did that before Yun Qianma on purpose. The disciples of the Qianmeng area's sword clan were all enraged. Ruo Yu was upset as well and she said, "Senior sister Yun, your sword technique can be improved." Yun Qianma gazed at her. Yan Lu and the others did so as well, wondering what nonsense this girl was saying. Ignoring all their looks, Ruo Yu produced a sword filled with the sword intent. She swung the blade, and at that moment, countless shadows appeared. The sword transformed into threads of rain and each drop was filled with the power to cut through the air. Paired with the sword intent in her body, it was clearly more advanced than Yun Qianma's artistic conception. Many people were surprised at this. Ruo Qiu also looked at her sister in shock. Ruo Yu's talent couldn't be compared to Yun Qianma's, but her technique was clearly more powerful. If Yun Qianma had used this, Lu Yuan would have been completely obliterated. "Junior sister, how did you comprehend this?" Yan Lu and the others all came over to scrutinize Ruo Yu. Yun Qianma looked at her too and asked, "How did you do it?" Everyone's gazes fell upon her. How could a young disciple of the sword clan in the first-level Dharma plane decipher the swordsmanship technique of the sword wall? Chapter 155. Seeing that almost everyone was looking at herself, Ruo Yu immediately felt a great wave of pressure. Her eyes drifted over to Yi Futian but she instantly withdrew her gaze. If she told the truth, it was bound to bring him trouble. She was in her own clan. The sword clan of the Qianmeng area was a great power and not many people dared to start trouble with them. "I don't know either. I was just suddenly enlightened," said Ruo Yu in a low voice. Ruo Qiu looked at Ruo Yu strangely. Enlightened? As twins, Ruo Qiu was very clear about Ruo Yu's abilities. How would she be suddenly enlightened? However, Ruo Yu was by her side the whole time and did not come into contact with anyone else. Other than enlightenment, there was no other explanation. Lin Yueyao looked over at Ruo Yu and then back at Yi Futian. Could it be that she was able taught by the sound of Yi Futian's guqin? "It is a good thing to get such a rare opportunity," said Yun Qianma. She did not question Ruo Yu any further. If Ruo Yu did, in fact, know the secret to deciphering the meaning behind the stone walls, this was not the place to question her. Yun Qianma glanced at Lu Yuan, having no intentions to continue their fight. Her attention shifted back to the sword wall. Even Ruo Yu had been enlightened. Yet she had achieved nothing. Yan Lu and the others all had strange looks on their faces as they continued their cultivation. "You know, you guys should actually reconsider what Yi Futian said earlier," Ruo Yu mumbled lowly. Ruo Qiu and the rest of their group furrowed their brows and all turned their attention to Yi Futian. At that same moment, Yi Futian had descended from the large boulder in front of the stone wall and was headed their way. Yu Sheng and the Black Wind Eagle were also by his side. They had both already been enlightened on the true meanings behind the images on the walls with the help of Yi Futian. "Hello, my little friend." Gu Jiang smiled at Yi Futian. "Done with all 4 walls?" "Yeah," Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Futian had actually nodded, Gu Jiang could not help but let out a look of interest. "This guy is really thick-skinned. How much information did you get?" Gu Jiang continued to ask. "A little bit from each of the walls, I guess," Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. He looked at Ruo Yu and said, "Ruo Yu, I'm heading back first. Good luck with your cultivation." "I'm done as well." "I'll head back with you," she said as she stepped up closer to him. Yi Futian transferred the knowledge of the sword techniques to her today. It was definitely a great favor. This guy. Not far away, Lin Yueyao watched this scene and everything was now crystal clear. Ruo Yu was indeed taught by Yi Futian. Ruo Qiu frowned at her sister's words. Had her younger sister gone crazy? "Have you had enough?" Ruo Qiu asked Yi Futian coldly. He looked at her with no words to say. How did I piss her off now? Sis, what are you doing? Ruo Yu was angry with the way her older sister acted. Ruo Qiu looked at Ruo Yu and said, did he really put some spell over you? I just want you to see how fake he really is. Yi Futian, since you said that you were enlightened by the stone walls, all we have to do in order to know if you're telling the truth is to fight. Gu Jiang, give it a go, said Ruo Qiu. Gu Jiang chuckled with his reply, all right. I also want to know what type of enlightenment you had, my little friend. Gu Jiang smiled at Yi Futian. What's going on? Lin Yueyao saw what was going on and asked Yi Wuchen, who was standing beside her. Yi Wuchen could not hold in his smile. He said some things to Lin Yueyao, and after she heard what he had to say, a strange expression crossed her face. She looked at Ruo Qiu and busted out in laughter. Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian. Who would have thought this day would come for that rascal? Yi Futian glanced at Gu Jiang and then at Ruo Qiu. A smile spread across his face before that word slipped out of his mouth, idiots. He turned around and walked towards Yi Wuchen. Gu Jiang frowned. Ruo Qiu had an icy look in her eyes. Did Yi Futian just call them idiots? A sharp ray of sword intent released from Gu Jiang as he took one step in Yi Futian's direction. With the sword intent revolving his body, he warned Yi Futian, watch out, my little friend. He finished what he had to say, and released his sword techniques. At the same time, a black shadow whisked by at an unbelievable speed. It was a demon beast. Maybe a rock. Huh? Ruo Qiu and her friends furrowed their brows in confusion. A storm seemed to have started in the area around them. Gu Jiang hadn't even released his sword when the shadow descended from the sky with its claws charging straight down. It struck Gu Jiang in the chest, propelling him backward. He now had blood streaming down the front of his chest. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past and the shadow of the rock had returned. It floated in the air behind Yi Futian. It was a demon beast all right, but it was not a rock. It was a black winged eagle. The artistic conception of the stone wall. The members of the Sword Clan lifted their heads to look at the wall where Lu Yuan was. The image of a large golden rock. The beast behind Yi Futian had released that artistic conception. How could an ordinary black-winged eagle have such an understanding? Gu Jiang. Gu Cheng and the others walked over next to Gu Jiang. He climbed up from the ground and looked at Yi Futian's silhouette with cold eyes. This black-winged eagle is strange. It has such strong comprehension skills to understand the artistic conception, said Gu Jiang. Yan Lu nodded in agreement. He had also noticed this fact. The group headed towards Yi Futian. Ruo Yu did not look too good in this current situation. Are the members of the Sword Clan going to start a conflict with Yi Futian? They watched as Yi Futian stopped in place. He did not spare them a glance, but instead, looked at Yi Wuchen and asked, together? Sure, Yi Wuchen nodded. He was obviously not going to turn down Yi Futian's invitation. He was also thinking the same thing. Hey, I heard someone have you the cold shoulder. Lin Yueyao chuckled at Yi Futian. Taking pleasure in my misfortune. Yi Futian smiled at her. Is it her? Lin Yueyao looked at Ruo Qiu. Ruo Qiu saw Lin Yueyao looking over and frowned. What does she mean? Since when has your taste gotten so bad? Lin Yueyao teased. She had finally gotten her revenge. This rascal is always ignoring me. Now he'll know what it's like to get the cold shoulder. The group of Sword Clan members witnessed everything. Was she insulting Ruo Qiu? However, in comparison to this girl in front of them, Ruo Qiu's looks were a far cry from her beauty. Is it funny? Yi Futian never thought Lin Yueyao had this side to her. It seemed like this girl had held quite a grudge. It's pretty funny. She nodded seriously. She then asked, can you bring me along too? Yi Futian looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. What goes on in this girl's brain? To be honest, the Lin Yueyao before would have never made such a request, but seeing Yi Futian help Yi Wuchen become enlightened with his guqin, and even a girl he met in the ancient barren world, it did not make her feel great. Did she really lack the appeal? She was always getting ignored by this jerk. Seeing the look in Yi Futian's eyes, Lin Yueyao gave him a glare. Don't worry. I know I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend. I won't have any crazy thoughts about you. I just want to train with you in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian glanced at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen said nothing and stared at him, almost as if he were saying, do what you want. Only then, did Yi Futian nod his head. Fine. Can you not say it so reluctantly? Lin Yueyao said as she bites her lip, upset. Yi Futian shrugged, whatever. Lin Yueyao did not know what to say to him. The anger on her face gave her a unique look. The Sword Clan members standing on the side were stupefied just looking at her. Ruo Qiu was also frozen. A strange expression fell on the faces of Yan Lu and his group. Yi Futian did not seem to give a crap about Lin Yueyao's looks. It also seemed like this beautiful girl had been previously rejected by Yi Futian. She even said that Yi Futian's girlfriend was more beautiful than she was, and that she wouldn't have any crazy thoughts about him. Would Yi Futian really try something with Ruo Qiu and her sister? It was obvious now. Ruo Qiu was thinking too much. Especially when Lin Yueyao had looked at her with the smile that wasn't really a smile. Ruo Qiu felt insulted. Are you happy now? Ruo Yu asked her sister. It was obvious that Yi Futian had no ulterior motives being with them. All he wanted were travel companions. He even taught her the sword technique from the stone wall. Yi Futian. Just then, Gu Chen walked up and spoke to him with a cold demeanor. How could you allow that demon beast to attack Gu Jiang? Scram. Yi Futian gave him a quick, emotionless glance. He did not want to waste his breath on these people. If it weren't for Ruo Yu, he wouldn't have bothered to say a single word to these people after the incident. At the sight of how arrogant Yi Futian was acting, the Sword Clan members were enraged. Where did this 9-star glory plane get such courage? That demon beast, leave it with us, said Wang Ju. He didn't want to discuss any further either. Stepping up, sword intent was released from his body. Feeling the power of the 4th-level Dharma plane, Yi Wuchen frowned. With one step forward, a strong force of sword will erupted from his body. In an instant, the whole area was enveloped by the powerful force. This force of will was like that of the sword wall. Do you have a death wish? Asked Yi Wuchen. His tone was sharp like the blade of a sword. The will dominated Wang Ju. He was using the will of sword to repress Wang Ju's sword intent. Yan Lu and the others looked at Yi Wuchen in great shock. How was he also enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? This attracted many people to look over. Yun Qianma also made her way over. Seeing that the conflict was growing, Ruo Yu grew worried. You have also been enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? Asked Yan Lu. In just one day, 2 people have been enlightened. There was also the Black-Winged Eagle. It was enlightened by the artistic conception hidden in the golden rock wall. Yan Lu stepped forward and a stronger force of sword intent was released. The destructive power of the 6th-level Dharma plane rolled towards Yi Futian's group. Everything that happened today could only be described as strange. Since things had already come to this, they could not let Yi Futian get away so easily. Yan Lu needed answers now. Yi Futian felt Yan Lu's sword intent coming in their direction, as if he wanted to encapsulate them, forcing them to stay. Seems like I was being too nice. Yi Futian's gaze sharpened and he looked over at Yan Lu to say, do you have a death wish? Chapter 156. After Yi Futian spoke, the surrounding gazes all fell on him. A 9-star glory plane cultivator had asked a level 6 Dharma plane cultivator if he wanted to die. However, Yi Futian's eyes were sharp. His aura really made one feel a slight pressure as if it wasn't just a threat. Where did he get the confidence from? At least, where did he get the qualifications to say those words? Yen Lu arched an eyebrow. The sword intent was still present on his body. He gazed behind Lin Yueyao and a few guards walked forward. This was probably the source of Yi Futian's confidence. You can try, Yen Lu uttered coldly, staring at Yi Futian. As he spoke, the air around him seemed to turn solid. The people on the stone walls watched the fight quietly. Cold animosity bloomed on Yi Futian's face. Enough. Ruo Yu walked forward at this moment and stood before Yi Futian. Senior brother Yan, you've crossed the line. Come back, Ruo Qiu reprimanded when she saw Ruo Yu run out. Shut up, Ruo Yu said to Ruo Qiu. This all started because of you. Yi Futian invited us to a meal at our first meeting. Instead of being grateful, you said those ugly words at the inn. What ulterior motive would he have? Didn't you want to know how I comprehended my swordsmanship technique? Yi Futian taught me. Everyone was fixated. Yi Futian taught Ruo Yu to comprehend the techniques from the stone wall. How was this possible? You're joking, Ruo Qiu said coldly. You think I'm joking? Ruo Yu shot back. Ruo Qiu and everyone else was in disbelief. Did Yi Futian really teach it to Ruo Yu? Are you speaking the truth? Yun Qianma asked. She walked forward and looked down from her position in the air. Absolutely. Otherwise, how can I do it? Ruo Yu said to her. Senior sister Yun, this is all my sister's fault. Yi Futian never did anything to us. Please tell senior brother Yan to stop. Yun Qianma gazed at Yi Futian and saw him standing there quietly. Sensing her eyes, he looked up at her. Was it the musical sorcery? Yun Qianma looked at him and subtly guessed that the music from before was unordinary. Do you want to learn? Yi Futian looked at her with a smile. Yun Qianma met his eyes and said, if you're willing, you'll be the Sword Clan's friend. We will protect your safety in the Qianmeng city. If they became friends, today's scuffle would end and there'd be no need for more words. Yi Futian looked up at Yun Qianma. She was very pretty with some coldness. As the top disciple of the Sword Clan, she was qualified to say those words. If you want to learn, then sure. Yi Futian smiled and walked toward the music wall near the sea. Yi Wuchen, Lin Yuyo, and the others followed him. The Guqin wall was in the highest spot. Yi Futian sat down, crossing his legs, and released his Guqin spirit. He strummed the strings and music streamed out, creating an artistic conception. Then, there seemed to be unique artistic conception strength on the Guqin wall. It resonated with Yi Futian's music. It was of a figure clothed in white, playing his Guqin. Sword intent was born and a rock appeared. Waves crashed against land. When this artistic conception descended, the walls on each side seemed to resonate with the music. The sword intent and music went from the sword wall to Yen Lu, digging into his ears. At that moment, he felt himself in that special artistic conception. He saw the sword in the stone wall's artistic conception. The sword transformed into thousands of threads of rain, cutting everything apart. No, that moment, everyone heard Yen Lu cry out. Their hearts trembled and they looked over. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. They saw Yen Lu's body spiral up as the sword aura shot crazily out of him. However, endless rain-like sword intent appeared, tearing out of him. His clothing ripped apart and cuts appeared on his body. There was even blood on his neck. With a pained cry, he dropped to the ground. He grasped his wrist with blood flowing out. He trembled violently, fear filling his eyes. In the artistic conception in his mind, endless threads of sword intent were about to drown him. The sword created by the sword intent was unstoppable. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the sword wall. They realized with astonishment that terrifying sword intent radiated from the poem. It bloomed and fused with the music. There was the faint shine of a dazzling sword. Yi Futian used the music to guide the stone wall's intent and attacked Yen Lu. Would you like to try? The music stopped. Yi Futian looked down on Yen Lu and everyone trembled inwardly. Earlier, Yen Lu had told him to try and now, he really did. Ruo Qiu, Ruo Yu, Wang Ju, and the others were all shaking inside too. They looked at Yen Lu's pathetic state then back at Yi Futian. The boy who was still smiling and seemed easy to talk to completely changed when he began playing the guqin. His handsome features radiated coldness and once-in-a-century talent. Behind him, Yu Sheng, Yu Wuchen, and Lin Yueyao stood quietly. For a moment, everyone understood why Lin Yueyao said that to Yi Futian. Probably only those who were willing to cultivate with him knew just how amazing Yi Futian was. He used his music to transmit the artistic conception and even helped Ruo Yu learn the sword technique that Yun Qianma couldn't comprehend. He had comprehended the stone wall that no one had ever been able to and communicated with it. He even resonated with the walls on all sides. Only he completely understood the Tsang mountain relic. He was an unparalleled talent. For so many years, countless people from the Qianmeng territory entered the ancient barren world and studied the Tsang mountain relic, but no one could do what he did today. It was only one relic in the ancient barren world, but it proved how monstrously talented this handsome boy was. Ghastly pale, Yen Lu felt chilled. Everyone looked at him but he kept his mouth shut. Did you think I was joking? I'll give you another chance. Do you want to die? Yi Futian asked indifferently. Earlier, he had asked if Yen Lu wanted to die and Yen Lu told him to try. Did he have the courage to reply that again? Yi Futian placed his hands on the strings again as if he could start again at any time. Face pale, Yen Lu lowered his head and replied, no. Yi Futian looked at him mockingly and then looked away as if Yen Lu didn't deserve his attention. Yen Lu was livid and extremely humiliated. Behind him, Ruo Qiu and the others watched this without a word. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan, and everyone else in the Tsang mountain relic looked at Yi Futian. You comprehended all four walls. Does that mean that you found the artistic conception of the golden rock? Someone asked. It was Lu Yuan. He could only find the powerful wind intent from the wall. If he could comprehend it, it would be very helpful to him. It wouldn't only increase his fate. What do you think? How strong are you with the wall's intent? Lu Yuan asked, staring at him. Do you want to try? Yi Futian asked. I just want to be friends, Lu Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Friends? Yi Futian sneered. They had to be friends for him to transmit the wall's intent? Would they be enemies otherwise? Yi Futian lowered his head and played the instrument, creating another melody. As the music streamed out, the wall's intent descended again. Light glowed from the walls at once. Waves of artistic conception descended. They snaked into ears of Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao's group. Even the guards behind Lin Yueyao could sense the artistic conception. Hearts trembling, they glanced at the walls and started studying with no regard for the outside world. Seeing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Was he teaching the artistic conception with music in front of everyone? Many people were envious and jealous. If they could comprehend the Tsang mountain relic, they could receive a lot of fate. The intent was suitable for cultivation as well and could increase their combat ability. It was beneficial to their future cultivation too. In addition, many present were suitable for cultivating the intent of these walls. For example, the Sword Clan was great for the Sword Wall. Ironically though, the Sword Clan could have become his friend but chose to be his enemy. Since Yi Futian had taught it to Ruo Yu, it showed that he didn't really care. He could help anyone who was his friend. This was only one relic site in the ancient barren world. With Yi Futian's talent, he wouldn't have to steal the fate. He could use his savviness to figure out the noble fate himself. Happy now? Ruo Yu looked at her sister coldly. What did Yi Futian want from you? Ruo Qiu was embarrassed. Yan Lu, whom they'd thought was extremely talented, had been easily defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated. A beauty like Lin Yueyao willingly followed Yi Futian. What would he want from her? What did she have that Yi Futian could want? Thinking of this now, she realized that she had just been petty. She could have comprehended all of the Tsang Mountain relic and even cultivate with Yi Futian. Looking around, she saw countless figures who wanted to learn but no one dared to move. Someone from the glory plane had played his guqin alone and stunned everyone. What are your requirements? Yun Qianma suddenly asked. Yi Futian looked up from his guqin and smiled. He said, earlier, you gave me a choice, so I'll give you a choice too. I'm unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and need a maid. I can consider you. With his words, Yun Qianma, Ruo Qiu, and the others all hardened their eyes. Everyone stared at him, speechless. He wanted the top disciple of the Sword Clan, the pride of the world, Yun Qianma, to be his maid? Chapter 157, This Guy. Everyone froze as they stared at Yi Futian. A 9-star glory plane wanted Yun Qianma to be his maid. This was too crazy. Even though Yi Futian had outstanding gifts, his level of cultivation was still too low. Plus, he was younger. It was too much for him to say such a thing. Despite what Yun Qianma had previously said, she had merely offered the thought that he would be a friend of the Sword Clan and receive their protection if he was willing to teach a member of the Call the Sword technique from the Stonewall. But Yi Futian? He jumped about 1,000,000 steps ahead and asked their top disciple to be his maid. Ruo Qiu, Wang Zhu, and others of the Sword Clan looked at Yi Futian. Was this the same person who had traveled alongside them? Yun Qianma stared at Yi Futian. She was the female prodigy of the Sword Clan, no one had ever dared to disrespect her in such a way. He wanted her to be a maid. However, the handsome figure at the guqin acted as if it was a given. His innocent eyes smiled at her. Of course, Yun Qianma could feel the arrogance in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a disrespectful, preposterous request. In his eyes, her identity as a female prodigy made her no different from a regular person. Was this the confidence he had in his own gifts? Although the Tsang Mountain relic was only one of the relics in the ancient barren world, there was no one else in history who had been able to understand the artistic conception of all 4 walls in one day. He was even able to harmonize every image. From this, he definitely had the right to be arrogant. Over the years, many prodigies from the Qianmeng area had stepped into Qianmeng City. They had all come to the Tsang Mountain relic in hopes of understanding the artistic conception of the stone walls, but none of them had been able to do what Yi Futian had done today. Not only so, but he was able to use the sound of his guqin to teach the will of the walls to others. Even a nobody from the Sword Clan like Ruo Yu was able to cultivate the sword technique of the wall because of him. It was far better than Yun Qianma, who tried so hard to comprehend. This meant that if Yi Futian was willing to help her, Yun Qianma would be able to achieve so much more. She would reach a level incomparable by Ruo Yu. However, it was also impossible for her to sacrifice herself to become a maid just to learn the sword technique. But what if he would also teach her to understand the will of the other 3 walls as well? If that wasn't enough, then what about all the other things the other relics of the ancient barren world could bring her in the future? Thinking of these things was the only way Yun Qianma managed to keep calm in a situation where she should be angry. Her gaze shifted to the people behind Yi Futian. Their gifts may not compare to hers, they may also not be as capable, but with Yi Futian, she would be able to achieve everything they would. She may even acquire noble fate in the end. You really are out of line here, Lu Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't think too much of it. After all, the person he made a request to was Yun Qianma and not Lu Yuan. In Lu Yuan's opinion, Yun Qianma was a prodigy. She was beautiful and talented. So, Yi Futian's words were a joke. Don't worry, you won't get the chance to be my maid even if you wanted to. I won't be able to get used to it, Yi Futian replied to Lu Yuan with a smile. Females could be maids. What could males do? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded by what he said. He snorted and looked to Yun Qianma. We should just team up and break the flow of his music, then take him down. Isn't that much easier? I will take your offer. Yun Qianma had spoken. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to her. She actually said yes. Has she gone mad? Female prodigy of the Qianmeng area's sword clan actually agreed to be someone else's maid? Moreover, this person was at a cultivation level too much lower than herself. A mere glory plane cultivator. This was definitely not something to be proud of. Especially for someone of Yun Qianma's status. Senior Sister Yun, Ruo Qiu, Yan Lu, and the others stared at her in shock. They were dazed by everything that just happened. In their hearts, Yun Qianma was an existence they could not reach out to touch. Was she actually going to be a maid? And for someone they had previously not wanted to associate with, Yi Futian. This was truly a 180-degree change. They could not wrap their heads around this immediately. They could not understand. Even Yi Futian was shocked. He was unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and indeed wanted a person to help guide him through, but he was just joking when he said what he did. He did not think that Yun Qianma would actually agree to do it. He was completely taken by surprise. But to have a female prodigy as a maid should save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to have people roll their eyes at him in contempt when he tried to get information. The past experience with Ruo Qiu's group was not a happy one. Ruo Yu was very kind, but she was also too weak. Plus, there were many things she could not decide for herself. To have Yun Qianma serve as their guide would actually be quite fitting. Yi Futian smiled and began to play his instrument. A wave of artistic conception accompanied the music as it crept into Yun Qianma's mind. She could feel the force. She looked over at the sword wall immediately, and in that split second, the words on the wall seemed to have transformed into words. They continuously flowed into her mind. In Yun Qianma's mind, the sword technique had appeared. Such a strong artistic conception. Swords could be seen in her beautiful eyes. She was shocked. No wonder Ruo Yu was able to succeed in cultivation of this sword technique. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He had just offered to join hands with Yun Qianma, but she turned around and agreed to Yi Futian's request. What's more, she was immediately able to be enlightened. What did that make him? In mere moments, Yun Qianma was taken over by fate. Sword will circled her petite body. She had a better understanding of the way of the sword to begin with, and was also of a higher cultivation level than Ruo Yu. With the help of Yi Futian's Guqin, her road to enlightenment was naturally smooth. Try out your new skills on him, said Yi Futian. Yun Qianma knew what he meant. She turned to Lu Yuan. The sword will was still flowing into her ears along with the music. A sword appeared in her hand and in the blink of an eye, sword will swept over the entire area around them. At the sight of this, Lu Yuan turned green. The wind will he acquired through enlightenment released and a storm brewed around him. It formed into a destructive force of hurricane sorcery and rolled towards Yun Qianma. She advanced toward him as endless amounts of sword intent collected around her. The sword flew out of her hand and the qi from it turned into a light rain, falling to the ground from the skies above. The hurricane storm was actually torn to pieces. Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a rock, appearing in front of Yun Qianma abruptly. He threw out a terrifying attack, but it was stopped by an impenetrable force field created by the rain. Lu Yuan replicated himself and the different images surrounded Yun Qianma. He released a teleportation spell using the wind will, making the different versions of himself move around her even faster. This did not seem to have any effect on Yun Qianma. She did not attack him. Instead, she waved her sword around and in combination with the incredible force of sword will, every drop of rain came down sharp, like a sword. Each drop contained the power of sword will. The replicated images of Li Yuan danced around Yun Qianma's body but could never find the right time to attack. Meanwhile, her sword will was getting stronger as the sword-like rainstorm grew. Yun Qianma, you're degrading yourself. Goodbye. Lu Yuan took the shape of a rock and turned to leave. The sword in Yun Qianma's hand flew out after him. In an instant, the rain formed into a line. The gleam of a sword's blade shot towards Lu Yuan at a speed greater than his own. Whoosh! A low sound was heard. Lu Yuan's body was still advancing forward at an unbelievable speed. After he had gotten a decent distance away, he stopped in midair. He turned around with cold eyes and looked down onto a spot on his chest. There, he was pierced by the sword will. The blood gushed from his wound continuously. This was actually the result on a Yun Qianma who was holding back. If she had attacked at full force, he would have been done with. In a flash, Lu Yuan scurried away. His voice resonated through the air as he disappeared. Until next time. Seeing that her opponent had disappeared, she felt chills. Under the influence of the Guqin, she had tested her newly acquired sword techniques perfectly. She had perfected the sword technique of the stone wall. Continue with the other two walls, said Yi Futian. Once again, he used the sound of his Guqin to transmit the artistic conceptions of the stone walls into her mind. Yun Qianma immediately looked over at another wall. Everyone around had their eyes fixated on her. When she had made her decision earlier, everyone was confused by her choice. But by the looks of the battle just now, they slowly began to understand why she agreed to Yi Futian's request. Yi Futian could make her stronger. In the pursuit of power, she decided to give up certain things. Things such as her pride as a prodigy. Although it was difficult, this was the choice she made. Also, Yi Futian did not let her down. That battle proved his worth. Watching Yun Qianma continue to her path to enlightenment with the two other walls, many people shared the same though. Is this really worth it? Only time would tell. Noticing that everyone around Yi Futian was working hard to comprehend the hidden messages the stone walls through meditation, everyone else began to so as well. At this moment, they could faintly feel that the sound of the Guqin was helpful to their comprehension of the walls. The music was gentle. As more people arrived at the Tsang mountain relic, they were met with this strange scene. The atmosphere at this location was strange as well. Just then, a group of people arrived loudly. The formation consisted of tens of people, all of high cultivation. These people had also come to see the Tsang mountain relic. Immediately, they saw the figure seated on top of the tallest wall, playing on his Guqin. Yi Futian. A smile escaped on the face of the group leader. Their efforts had not been in vain. Let's see how he'll try to escape this time. Several other people from the Kangyi kingdom are here as well, chuckled another person. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were the ones who ruined the Tingfeng banquet's reputation. Now, they were all here. The Kangyi kingdom's #1 beauty was here as well. These newcomers were powerful cultivators of the Nanda nation. They were also the Dharma plan prodigies chosen from the second event held by Emperor Luo after the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Luo had spoken, whoever killed Yi Futian would receive a heavy reward upon their return to the Nanda nation. This was an opportunity they could not miss out on. The group headed upward. Yi Futian looked toward them and recognized some faces. Among the group was Shi Lu from the Nanda nation's Tingfeng banquet. What do you guys want? Chuckled Yi Futian. To take your life, someone said coldly. They charged forward suddenly, not wanting to give Yi Futian any opportunity to escape. Around the stone walls, everyone's attention was drawn to the Nanda group. They looked at the group with questioning eyes. It wasn't going to be easy to take Yi Futian's life at the Tsang mountain relics. Chapter 158. When Yi Futian heard the other's words, cold murderous intent flashed past his eyes. It seemed that Emperor Luo's desire to kill him was still as strong as before. He tried once at the Nanda nation's Tingfeng banquet. He had tested Emperor Ye's bottom line. If Emperor Yi hadn't done everything he could to protect Yi Futian, Emperor Luo probably would have acted. These people before Yi Futian were strangers but wanted to kill him. It was obvious they were sent by Emperor Luo. If that was the case, then... Yun Qianma, Yi Futian called. Yun Qianma was standing on a boulder not too far from Yi Futian. She faced the group charging at them, her sword intent growing. In a moment, a frightening sword intent loomed in the sky. Kill them all. Yi Futian uttered, but his fingers didn't stop strumming the instrument strings. While he played, the intent of the sword waltz seemed to meld into his music. It rushed wildly into Yun Qianma's mind, strengthening her sword intent. A sword came down, obstructing all the charging people. Then Yun Qianma flashed. Her clothing fluttered and she descended like a gust of wind. The swords were like threads of rain, splashing at the others. The strong cultivator's expression changed slightly. He pushed his palms forward and a burst of terrifying fire swept through. A fire elemental dragon followed. The swords came down like raining, piercing everything. They extinguished the fire and spell and went through the man's body. In a moment, blood flowed endlessly from the figure. His body shook violently and he looked down, discovering that his body was riddled with thousands of holes. No, terror rose and despair appeared in his eyes. Then he fell down from the sky. This scene made the charging people halt, all looking up to the beautiful figure. Yun Qianma didn't stop though. Her sword intent surged, filling the vast sky. The threads of rain turned into strings. Yun Qianma swung her sword again. Her movements were light and agile. Another strong cultivator was stabbed between his eyes. Yun Qianma was already in the level 8 Dharma plane. Paired with the sword intent given by Yi Futian through the music and the sword technique she'd comprehended by herself, her abilities evolved. She was so much stronger than the pride of the sword clan from before. Thus, despite appearing weak, every move from her was fatal when she rushed into the crowd. The prides of the Nanda nation cast spells crazily to stop her, but her sword was like rain. It covered the entire space and was both strong in attack and defense. No one would overcome her. Kill Yi Futian first. The expressions of all the Nanda people changed. They looked to Yi Futian. His music could strengthen Yun Qianma. Sorcerers skilled in wind spells rushed to Yi Futian. Yun Qianma leapt and brought her sword down continuously but couldn't stop everyone. Two figures charged at Yi Futian. He glanced at them and said indifferently, "Is it worth it to die for Luo?" As soon as he spoke, his fingers strummed the instrument strings. In an instant, the two enemies sank into the artistic conception of the music. Violent waves swept at them. Their faces turned aghast and they stumbled back. But at that instant, sword light seemed to come out of the words on the sword wall. It transformed into a tangible sword intent that burst from the stone. It cut through everything, sweeping at the two figures. Rain fell down. The two scrambled back but couldn't escape from the rain. When the raindrops fell onto them, they went through the body. The men dropped from the sky. He's that powerful? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. The power of the stone wall's intent was a known fact, but they didn't expect Yi Futian to wield it so powerfully. It seemed that even if Yun Qianma hadn't acted earlier, Lu Yuan still wouldn't be Yi Futian's match. The Nandu people shook inwardly. They didn't know what had happened when they first arrived. After seeing Yi Futian, they immediately thought of Emperor Luo's words and wanted to kill him for the achievement. They didn't expect to be forced into this dead end. Let's go. The figures all retreated. They clearly understood the situation. Why leave after coming? Why don't you all stay? As Yi Futian spoke, his sword intent grew stronger until it enveloped the entire Tsang Mountain relic. It crisscrossed and Yun Qianma flashed continuously. The surrounding people kept seeing people drop down until everyone who went to kill Yi Futian had fallen. The air was dead silent. Under Yi Futian and Yun Qianma's cooperation, the dozens of strong cultivators in the Dharma plane had all been killed. There were even those at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane within them. This was done by relying on the stone wall's intent, but it was still terrifying. The others were thankful they didn't go against Yi Futian. Otherwise, it would be tragic. At this time, Yi Futian's eyes fell upon someone in the distance, Shi Lu. He was the only one who didn't act, so he was still alive. Why didn't you do anything? Yi Futian asked. Even when we're out of here, I promise I'll never work for Emperor Luo. Shi Lu didn't seem to answer the question but was speaking for survival. Okay. If I see you work for the Luo family in the future, I will take your life. Go now, Yi Futian said with a smile. Shi Lu retreated immediately. He didn't stop at all. He had a lower plane, so he didn't try. He didn't expect this to save his life. Naturally, he could tell that either Yi Futian or Emperor Luo could kill each other, so he knew what to say if he wanted to live. After Shi Lu left, Yun Qianma floated into the distance. Yi Futian looked at her and asked, "Did you comprehend everything?" Yun Qianma nodded lightly. Her gaze at Yi Futian was very calm, neither arrogant nor lowly. She had agreed to be Yi Futian's maid, but this didn't mean she would be under him. Yi Futian had given her the stone wall's intent, so she fulfilled her responsibility. When Yi Futian gave her an order, she acted without any hesitation. Good. Yi Futian stopped playing and the Guqin spirit disappeared. Let's return to the Qianmeng city, he said. Everyone had comprehended the Tsang mountain relic and received some fate. It was meaningless to stay there. Yun Qianma stepped forward and quietly went behind Yi Futian as if she wanted to play the role of a maid well. Ruoyu, what do you plan on doing? Yi Futian asked with a smile. I plan on leaving the ancient barren world. I feel that I'm not suited for here, Ruoyu replied, smiling. She had some feelings after experiencing all this. Okay. Let's meet again if we have the chance, Yi Futian said. Then his group climbed onto the black winged eagle. Wind came and it flapped its wings, going forward at a much faster speed than before. Seeing the figure in the air, Ruoyu smiled and waved. This short experience was quite unforgettable. She didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again. Beside her, the anger of Ruoqiu, Wang Ju, and the others had faded. They felt numb inside. Earlier, Yi Futian and Yun Qianma had worked together and killed so many Dharma cultivators in the snap of a finger. They were so shocked. The amazing figure that sat before the stone wall was so foreign. It seemed that he was born to look down from the top despite not being in a high plane. The black-winged eagle rode the wind in the air. Aren't you afraid I'll turn back on you? Yun Qianma asked curiously, looking at Yi Futian from behind. You agreed to be my maid, sacrificing your reputation. If it's just for the Tsang mountain relic, then do whatever you want, Yi Futian said to Yun Qianma with a smile. Yun Qianma studied the handsome face and said, I agreed, but there are some things I won't do. Such as? Yi Futian's expression grew strange as he looked at her. You know what I'm saying. Yun Qianma looked away. As for anything else, I'll do my best. Yi Futian blinked. Glancing at Lin Yueyao, he muttered, do I seem like that kind of person? Yes. Lin Yueyao smiled and nodded. Yi Futian frowned. Don't worry. You won't have the chance even if you want to, he muttered. Oh, Yun Qianma, what exactly is the noble fate? Yi Futian's fate bloomed. It was dazzling and towered from miles high. Yun Qianma looked at it with shock. How did he receive so much fate so quickly? Didn't Ruoyu tell you? She asked. She only told me how to receive the fate, Yi Futian answered. Yun Qianma nodded lightly. When the fate becomes strong enough, it'll change in quality and become the noble fate with noble intent. This is the power belonging to those in the noble plane. Receiving the noble intent in the Dharma plane means that you can at least be a noble in the future. Therefore, the most powerful in the Eastern Barren territory choose those who receive the noble fate in the lower ancient barren world as their disciples. Those in the upper ancient barren world were already above the arcana plane and entered to break into the noble plane. They didn't have as much potential as those talents who could receive the noble will in the lower ancient barren world. The noble fate has different levels too. You probably felt that the intent from the stone walls can be at the noble level. Therefore, once you accumulate enough, it can transform into true noble will. This type of noble fate is a lower level. Yun Qianma continued, some even stronger geniuses can use the fate that they receive to figure out the noble fate by themselves. For example, I'm a swordsman in training. I only perceive sword fate or use all fates to cultivate the sword intent until I create sword intent at the noble level. This is pure noble fate and is the middle level. Even more monstrous figures can perceive different types of noble will in the Dharma plane. These terrifying people will have the upper-level noble fate. If someone can have this fate, all the top forces will fight for him, but this is too rare. I heard that even if someone like that exists, he'll be someone already trained by the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 159, Yi Futian listened quietly. He only spoke when he was sure that Yun Qianma was finished with what she had to say. Is there anything higher than the upper-level noble fate? Yun Qianma froze. Looking at Yi Futian, she said in what was almost a whisper, higher. Yeah, nodded Yi Futian. He looked right at her as he said, how am I supposed to differentiate myself from the others otherwise? Only upper-level noble fate can help me do that. Yun Qianma blinked at the young man in front of her. Seeing the look in his eye, she really wanted to ask him if he was serious. Although Yi Futian's gifts were extraordinary and he did what no one else had been able to do ever before at the Tsang Mountain Relic, the location was merely a historical site outside of Qianmeng City. The people in this city were all from the Qianmeng area. The most powerful cultivators here were still obviously weaker than those groomed in the Eastern Barren Territory. On the other hand, Yu Sheng was undisturbed by what Yi Futian had said. He was used to it. I've never heard of it, said Yun Qianma. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and continued, after we get back to Qianmeng City, can you get your hands on a map of the ancient barren world? I can, but it won't be absolutely accurate, nodded Yun Qianma. Okay. Yi Futian nodded as well and turned his attention away. He was looking into the distance as if he were in deep thought. The battle between the Nanda nation and the Kangyi kingdom should have begun by now. Luo Junlin should also already be cultivating at the Royal Xian Temple. Once Luo Junlin made a name for himself there and acquainted himself with people with any power at the Royal Xian Temple, it would be disastrous for the Kangyi kingdom. These powerful groups had many noble plane cultivators. If Luo Junlin's talents were outstanding enough, it was possible that these powerful cultivators would step up to help him. Although this was the worst-case scenario, it was not something to be ignored. In the ancient barren world, Yi Futian must stand out against the others. At the very least, he had to exceed Luo Junlin. This was the only way he could take control of the narrative. Yi Futian would not be the passive party again. The events of that day in Donghai City were not going to happen again. In the past, Emperor Luo's imperial order was a force of power he could not go against. If the Royal Xian Temple was anything like Emperor Luo, then the results would be the same. Yi Futian refused to let such things happen to himself once again. However, all these pessimistic thoughts were only hypothetical at this point. Normally, the higher-ups of a great powerful force like the Royal Xian Temple would not meddle with wars between countries in the Hundred Lands. After arriving back in Qianmeng City, Yi Futian did not return to the inn from before. Yun Qianma found a private residence for him. It was very grand. Yi Futian secretly praised his maid for a job well done. It was indeed very convenient to have the top disciple of a powerful clan of the Qianmeng area as a maid. Yi Futian cultivated by himself in the court of the residence. He was practicing his sparring skills. There was an explosion of fate, climbing to new levels. His body was enveloped in a strong force of will which carried into every punch he threw forward. However, the power of the will was very mixed because they had different origins. There was the Guqin will, the sword will, wind will, and will from different demon beasts. The power of these wills joined to form fate. With the fate, Yi Futian was much more powerful than before. Will was a true form of ability. It could be used in combat. If he was able to acquire enough fate to form noble fate and noble level willpower, it would increase his powers to a terrifying new level. The ancient barren world was indeed a mystical world. After cultivation martial arts for a while, Yi Futian began to practice on the Guqin. The melodious sound carried Guqin will, strengthening the artistic conception created by the song. Just then, a beautiful figure was headed towards Yi Futian. It was Yun Qianma who had just returned. She stopped in front of Yi Futian and quietly watched him play. When he played the Guqin, he was a completely different person. The music slowed until it came to stop. Yi Futian lifted his head to see Yun Qianma. "This is a map of the ancient barren world," said Yun Qianma as she handed the object over to Yi Futian. His Guqin spirit disappeared. Yi Futian laid out the map on the table in front of him. "This is where we are now, Qianmeng City." Yun Qianma pointed to a spot on the map. Yi Futian's eyes followed her finger. It was already labeled on the map. The words, Qianmeng City, were marked down. Yi Futian continued looking downward from their location on the map and saw a large piece of barren land. The end of the barren land was the border of the ancient barren world. That should be where he entered. The entrance to the 100 Lands. The entrance to the 100 Lands had just opened, so it was not yet marked on the map. There were also no other cities. Just a piece of barren land. Qianmeng City was the closest city to the 100 Lands. Looking north on the map, there were a couple of cities near Qianmeng City. Yi Futian asked, "Do these cities also correspond to the outside world?" "Yes." Yun Qianma nodded and began to explain, "The places which these cities correspond to are similar to the Qianmeng area. Among these cities, this city here, Lulan City, is central. It was built by the ancient Lulan in the outside world. Ancient Lulan governs many countries. In the outside world, it is a territory of extreme power and is also located at the center of those countries." Yi Futian nodded at her explanation. His eyes continued north on the map and he pointed at a spot at the center of the map. To Qianmeng City, Lulan City is the center, but to this city here, Lulan City is merely an outlying city. The city Yi Futian pointed at was surrounded by cities, all at close proximity. If the cities around Lulan City formed a district, then there were many districts around this city. Yun Qianma's finger circled around that city as she said, "Look here. These cities are all entrances for powerful groups of the Eastern Barren Territory. They have dominated a majority of the land and exist independently from each other. These cities form the central district of the ancient barren world and correspond to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory in the outside world. That city you were pointing at is the absolute center of the ancient barren world, the Barren City. Not a lot of people from the Qianmeng area have been there." Yun Qianma was the disciple of a powerful clan in the Qianmeng area. Someone like her was safer in Qianmeng City. Even someone in a lower level of cultivation like Ruo you would be able to get by because no one dared to mess with a disciple of these powerful clans, but things would be completely different once they stepped out of Qianmeng City. No one could predict what would happen. Therefore, only those who were confident enough in their own abilities would travel to other cities in the ancient barren world. Powerful cultivators from the Qianmeng area would travel to the district center, Lulan City. However, no one dared to step into a place like Barren City carelessly. Even the best of the best from the Qianmeng area could only keep a low profile once they stepped into Barren City. Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. No wonder people said the ancient barren world was not only the road to the noble plane but also an access way. In theory, you have access to anywhere in the Eastern Barren Territory from the ancient barren world. It was a huge shortcut. It was almost impossible for Dharma Plane cultivators to reach the Eastern Barren Territory in the outside world. "If we get the chance, I'll bring you to Barren City," said Yi Futian. He lifted his head to smile at Yun Qianma. She took one look at him. He wants to go to Barren City in the Glory Plain. They had not known each other for long, but she felt that this guy in front of her had a train of thought that ran on a different track than the mass majority. What historical site around Qianmeng City has the strongest fate? Asked Yi Futian. Just let me know when you want to go, Yun Qianma said instead of answering his question. Yi Futian gave her a curious look. It seemed like she had everything planned out already. Perhaps, she was looking forward to this location as well. All right. I have to cultivate for a while. I'll call for you when I need you, nodded Yi Futian. The fate in his body took over once again. He wanted to familiarize himself with its power. He also wanted to stabilize his level of cultivation. After all, he had finally stepped into the peak of the Glory Plane. He could break into the Dharma Plane at any time. The happenings of Qianmeng City's Tsang Mountain relic spread to many. It was said that a mere Glory Plane cultivator was able to comprehend the true meanings of all 4 stone walls and was even able to us the will of the stone walls to fight after his enlightenment. He also took down multiple upper-level Dharma Plane cultivators in battle. Furthermore, female prodigy Yun Qianma of Qianmeng City's Sword Clan had agreed to be his maid. When the news got out, other prodigies gained interest on the topic. The Yun Qianma had actually become the maid of another person. And a Glory Plane cultivator at that. Countless people used this opportunity to mock the members of the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan members in Qianmeng City were embarrassed and helpless. Many of them tried to find out where Yun Qianma had gone. On this day, many people arrived outside the residence where Yi Futian and his friends were staying. A group of them were having an exchange with Yun Qianma. Can I help you, senior brother Yang? Yun Qianma asked coldly. It seemed that she was speaking to a senior brother from the Sword Clan. He was another top disciple, prodigy Yang Ziki. Didn't you know that your decision would affect the clan's reputation? Yang Ziki asked her. This is personal and has nothing to do with the clan, said Yun Qianma. You're a member of the clan, of course it has to do with the clan. Gossip is a fearful thing. Don't you understand that? Yang Ziki was becoming angry. I don't care, she answered calmly. I care, he said. So what? Yun Qianma replied. Just then, Yi Futian and others walked out from the residence. What's going on? Asked Yi Futian. It's nothing, Yun Qianma answered. Yang Ziki looked over at Yi Futian. His gaze was sharp and hints of sword intent flew towards Yi Futian. Is this him? Asked Yang Ziki. It has nothing to do with you, Yun Qianma's frown grew. His looks are not too shabby, Yang Ziki sneered. Yi Futian's expression turned into a strange one. He knew that he was handsome, but to hear something of the sorts come from the lips of a man was just plain weird. So, that's why you're willing to be a maid, to be at his every beck and call? Yang Ziki asked with a look of disgust. Naturally, Yun Qianma understood what he was hinting at. Her expression turned ice-cold and sword intent threatened to explode as it radiated from her. Yang Ziki's gave her a stern look before giving Yi Futian a once-over. With a cold demeanor, he asked, how does it feel having the female prodigy of the Sword Clan serving at your feet? Leave, said Yun Qianma. Are you protecting him already? Yang Ziki asked with a fierce look in his eyes. He glared at Yi Futian before saying, I hope you can take it. After these words, he turned to leave with a murderous look in his eyes. He had pursued Yun Qianma but was rejected. Now, she had become the maid of another man. It was not hard to take a guess as to how Yang Ziki felt. The people around watched with interest. They were all thinking, had Yun Qianma served Yi Futian? Chapter 160, Yun Qianma saw everyone looking at her and her expression grew colder. When she turned to look at Yi Futian, the coldness disappeared and became calm. Since she made her decision, she knew others would talk. She had considered all of this beforehand. If she cared, she wouldn't have agreed. Has he pursued you before? Yi Futian asked, chuckling. Yang Ziqi's reaction had been too dramatic. Yun Qianma looked at him and nodded lightly. He'll be even more too low for you in the future, Yi Futian said. Tomorrow, let's go to the place you mentioned. Okay. Yun Qianma nodded and they returned to the pavilion. Yu Sheng walked up to Yi Futian and said, while cultivating these days, I realized that not only does fate increase your abilities, it also helps with cultivation. If you perceive the same elemental fate, it'll definitely help, Yi Futian said with a nod. Fate was the power of intent and the strength those of the noble plane had. It would obviously aid cultivation. For example, the sword wall would help those of the sword clan in future cultivation. We're almost in the Dharma plane. I have an idea. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian. Add the strength of the intent when agglomerating the Dharma? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Yu Sheng nodded. I don't know if it'll work. We can try. Yi Futian had had the same idea when cultivating earlier. The group returned to the pavilion and continued to cultivate. The second day, Yi Futian had Yun Qianma gather everyone and they departed on the black-winged eagle. In the air, the eagle rode the wind and was unbelievably fast. It flew more smoothly than before as if it had melded into the wind. This made it more comfortable as well and it was excited about the future. Before, Yi Futian had controlled it forcefully. With the snow ape there, it couldn't fight back. Now that Yi Futian developed, it finally saw a way to evolve. The other demon beasts probably wouldn't have this chance. It could only pray that Yi Futian wouldn't look down on it and change to another demon. Yun Qianma pointed out the direction. This time, they were going into the Qianmeng city rather than out. Where are we going? Yi Futian asked. He'd only told Yun Qianma he wanted to go to the place with the strongest fate but she didn't tell him the specific location. The Noble Grotto, Yun Qianma said. It's inside the city and like you said, it's the place in the Qianmeng city with the strongest fate. It's much stronger than the Tsang Mountain relic. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Why did Yan Lu go to the Tsang Mountain rather than here? The fate is strong but it's not easy to attain. The Noble Grotto gathers the true creams of the crop. With Yan Lu's talent cultivation, he wouldn't receive anything even if he went, Yun Qianma said. I went before but didn't accomplish anything. Yi Futian nodded. He was excited to see what the Noble Grotto was like. As the black-winged eagle flew, Yi Futian saw many people also riding demon beasts toward the same direction. We're almost there. Most go just for fun, Yun Qianma said, eyeing all the people in the sky. Yi Futian chuckled. After a while, the crowd became denser. Some in the front went down. An extremely large grotto appeared in his vision. It took up a large expanse of land. The air around it glowed faintly like fate. It filled the sky, making the grotto seem mysterious. As they neared it, the black-winged eagle started going downward and landed on the ground. At that moment, Yi Futian looked up at the large grotto. He actually felt a faint pressure. It was the noble intent pushing down. There were various carved head sculptures on top of the grotto. The strong noble intent seemed to come from them. The closer he got to the grotto, the stronger the pressure was. If he was walking on the corridor above the grotto, it would probably be too strong to bear. It's indeed much more powerful than the Tsang Mountain relic, Yi Futian said. He could feel just by standing here that the fate contained in the noble grotto was incomparable to the four walls of the Tsang Mountain relic. There were more people here too and they all had unique auras. Many seemed to be perceiving the intent hidden inside the grotto from the top as well. In the near distance, a figure walked towards them. Coldness flashed past his eyes and he laughed. Oh, it's Yun Qianma. It was Lu Yuan, the one wounded by Yun Qianma at the Tsang Mountain relic. His voice attracted many people's attention. Mostly everyone here was from the strong forces of the Qianmeng area. They were familiar with Yun Qianma from the Sword Clan. Many people looked over in interest. Lu Yuan continued with a smile, how does it feel being a servant? Coldness flashed past Yun Qianma's eyes. Her sword intent grew more obvious. Lu Yuan wasn't intimidated. This wasn't the Tsang Mountain relic. Without Yi Futian and the intent of the sword wall, he didn't think he would be defeated like before. The battle from days ago was honestly humiliating. Yun Qianma. Another voice rang out at that moment. A youth with an impressive presence stood in the distance and smiled at her. Yun Qianma, you are the pride of the Sword Clan. Don't you feel undignified to be someone's servant? This was Imo Fan, another powerful clansman of the Qianmeng area. I'm more curious about who took you in as a maid. I heard it's someone in the Glory Plain, someone else mocked and looked at their group. Who are they? Someone asked. Yi Futian was annoyed. Was Yun Qianma really that well known? News of what happened at the Tsang Mountain relic had spread. Do you have any problems? Yi Futian asked. Countless eyes fell on him instantly, sizing him up. Some were curious, others were mocking. I heard that you're in the Glory Plain but drove the intent of the four walls in the Tsang Mountain relic, someone asked. I was lucky, Yi Futian said with a smile. This modesty is different from the rumors. I heard that you were really arrogant there, a girl said, smiling at him. The rumors had said that Yi Futian was arrogant and domineering at the Tsang Mountain relic and made someone like Yun Qianma become his servant. Do I look arrogant? Yi Futian smiled at the girl. He was handsome and his eyes were clear. He was easy on the eye and the girl chuckled, shaking her head. No. She glanced at Yun Qianma and asked, Yun Qianma, I'm curious as to why you made that choice. It has nothing to do with you, she replied coldly. The girl was the pride of another clan. Her name was Li Liani. I'm just curious, Li Liani said with a smile. Let's go, Yun Qianma said to Yi Futian. The youth nodded and their group continued forward. Many people looked at them in amusement. Shortly after, many people followed them. Yi Futian could comprehend the walls of the Tsang Mountain relic, so what about here? They wanted to see if he was truly talented or if luck also came into play. After a few steps, Yi Futian stopped again. There were familiar people up ahead. Chu Quanren, prince of the Yunchu nation, stared coldly at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group. It was unexpected to meet them here. Chu Quanren looked in another direction. Yi Futian followed his eyes and saw more people looking at him. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College, as well as some other students, were present. If they were here, Yi Shao, eldest prince of the Kangyi kingdom, would also be there. Yi Shao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked forward into the grotto, appearing to be focused. A moment later, he turned around slowly and looked toward Yi Futian. He also saw Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao and found it odd. Was Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao really following Yi Futian? Your Highness. Seeing Yi Shao look over, Yi Futian nodded with a smile. No matter what his attitude was, Yi Futian had to follow the rules. After all, he was the prince of the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Shao looked at him coolly. He was surprised Yi Futian could arrive at Qianmeng City so quickly and still be alive. He hadn't heard about the Tsang Mountain relic event. Even though many people knew about it, they focused more on Yun Qianma. Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Shao didn't know Yun Qianma, so he didn't pay attention. Wuchen, Lin Yueyao, how have you been? Yi Shao didn't look at Yi Futian again. He asked about the others instead. I'm fine, Yi Wuchen answered coolly. Me too. Lin Yueyao nodded and smiled. She felt that the atmosphere was off. She obviously knew about what Yi Shao had done after entering the ancient barren world. One was the prince while the other was highly valued by Emperor Yi, and this prince didn't like Yi Futian. Follow me from now on, Yi Shao said to them. Yi Wuchen was his cousin and extremely talented. He deserved to be roped in. If he got too close to Yi Futian, he would probably turn into someone like Yi Danchen. As for Lin Yueyao, she was the daughter of the Lin family. With her beautiful face, she deserved to be asked personally by Yi Shao. He had considered having her become the future queen with her talent and beauty. Yi Futian was a bit shocked when he heard Yi Shao's words. Was he head-hunting right in front of Yi Futian? There was no dignity left for him at all. As for Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang behind Yi Shao, they laughed. Since the prince asked personally, Yi Wuqian and Lin Yueyao should know to make the right decision. Yi Shao would most likely become the future crown prince of the Kangyi kingdom. If he received the noble fate in the ancient barren world, there would be no competition. Chapter 161, Yi Wuqian arched an eyebrow. Determination flashed past his eyes. Yi Shao was his cousin, but they actually rarely interacted. Yi Wuqian focused on cultivation. Power meant nothing to him. Especially after the ancient barren world opened, the 100 lands would change soon too. If they still held the old views that royal power was above all else, there would be danger. If the ancient barren world was permanently open, it would create more nobles. Yi Shao was heavily influenced by royal power. This was probably related to his status as the most possible heir to the throne. Thank you, Your Highness, but I'm used to being alone. I won't travel with you, Yi Wuqian said. Saying that he wanted to be alone was to save Yi Shao some embarrassment. However, Yi Shao and the people of the Kangyi kingdom were shocked. They stared at Yi Wuqian. He was obviously with Yi Futian's group. Why did he say he was used to being alone? Yi Shao's eyes glinted. Was Yi Wuqian joking with him? All right. Yi Shao smiled thinly. Since Yi Wuqian had made his choice, he wouldn't say anything else. Yueyao, what about you? Yi Shao glanced at Lin Yueyao. He'd removed her surname, making them feel closer as if it was some type of hint. Lin Yueyao's eyes glimmered. She felt a bit awkward but still smiled gently and said, Your Highness, it's hard for me to say. With that, Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian again. This answer didn't say anything, but it was undoubtedly still a rejection. Her eyes made people think of many things too. Hard for her to say. Yi Shao's smile disappeared completely. Seeing Yi Futian and Lin Yueyao, the people of the Kangyi College sharpened their gazes. Many glared at Yi Futian. Was the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom. Seeing Lin Yueyao look at him, Yi Futian was surprised too. Why did it feel like he was thrown under the bus? Hard to say. What did that mean? Good. Yi Shao's tone was cold. Whether it was an excuse or something else, Yi Wuqian and Lin Yueyao had both undoubtedly rejected him. His confident words from before were even more like a joke. As the Kangyi kingdom prince, he didn't have more of a right to speak than a 17-year-old genius. No matter how talented Yi Futian was, Yi Shao was the future owner of the kingdom. He left, walking to the noble grotto without looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't really mind Yi Shao's attitude. Emperor Yi had saved him and he would remember that. If Yi Shao was willing to be friends, he would do so willingly. But Yi Shao and Yi Danchen were all the same to him. They were both Emperor Ye's children and he didn't want to get into the fight for the throne. But Yi Shao had made the boundaries clear since the start, seeing Yi Futian as an enemy and part of Yi Danchen's group. He was too calculative, probably due to being born into royalty. This backfired on him. What do you mean? Yi Futian stared at Lin Yueyao. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yueyao looked wronged and innocent. She whispered, then what do you want me to say? Right now, Lin Yueyao's eyes are so powerful, Yi Futian thought as he looked at her. Was she conquered by his charm? It's not good to be so talented, Yi Futian sighed as he looked away. Lin Yueyao stared at him unblinkingly. This guy was so conceited. What's so special about the noble grotto? Yi Futian asked Yun Xiaoma. He didn't mention Yi Shao. It was a small thing to him. The powerful intent contained in the noble grotto will press down on anyone that gets close. It gets stronger and stronger as you go. If you cast some power to resist it, the grotto will retaliate with the same element, Yun Qianma said, looking at the majestic noble grotto. You can only receive the chance to transform the power attacking you into fate if you can endure the powerful pressure. Then you can walk to the corridor and sense the artistic conception at a close distance. Hearing that, Yi Futian looked up at the corridor. Two figures sat there cross-legged and cultivated with their eyes closed. Only two people were in the huge grotto. They were extremely brilliant. The two shone brightly and their fate shook violently. At this moment, Yi Futian saw Yi Shao walk towards the noble grotto. Instantly, the shimmering light of the grotto turned into formless power that rushed towards Yi Shao. Extremely powerful sword intent burst from Yi Shao. It wrapped around him and he forced himself forward. At that moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel a mysterious pressure come from the grotto. It was like a god's power. It rushed at Yi Shao, transforming into sword intent as well. Yi Futian couldn't help but operate freedom meditation. He discovered that the pressure came from several statues in the grotto. The statues contained sword intent, the same elemental intent that Yun Qianma had said. As the elder prince of the Kangyi kingdom, he was naturally more talented than others. Not only was he a swordsman in training, he was also a spiritual elemental sorcerer. All royalty, even Yi Wuqian, actually focused on the spiritual elemental and minored in swordsmanship. They were extremely powerful. He continued forward, resisting the sword pressure. Yi Shao continuously approached the grotto, not stopping until he was 13 steps away. These are known as the 13 steps of death, Yun Qianma said. The intent attacks multiply and will even truly injure the person. The geniuses are all stopped within these 13 steps. In fact, you can gain something from each step. Yi Futian nodded. The freedom meditation was operating at top speed. The grotto's intent slowed down in his eyes as it attacked Yi Shao. Boom! Yi Shao stepped forward forcefully. His sword aura cut through everything. There seemed to be a violent windstorm. Powerful waves swirled like tidal waves. The first waves were forced back. It grew stronger and screamed as it came for Yi Shao. It's not enough to only cultivate martial arts and not spiritual power because pure martial artists can't enter this grotto, Yi Futian thought. As Yi Shao made his second step, the aura grew stronger. At the third step, the sword aura filled the sky. Yi Shao stopped. He brandished his sword again. Sword intent blanketed him, enveloping his body, transforming into an extremely strong shield. He stepped again but similar pressure transformed into a sword, sweeping towards him. It destroyed everything and fell upon Yi Shao. There were sizzling sounds. Yi Shao flew out and kept retreating. He looked pathetic and was even bleeding. Prince. The Kangyi kingdom's people walked over but Yi Shao waved his hand. He looked embarrassed, he only made 3 steps. Every step is like a limit. You have to keep overcoming your limits, Yi Futian muttered. Genius, are you going to try? Someone giggled. Li Liani looked at Yi Futian from the near distance. The noble grotto is different from the Tsang mountain relic, Lu Yuan said. Many talents had come to the grotto and tried but only those 2 could reach the corridor. They'd spent a lot of time trying too. The Tsang mountain relic is enlightenment but the noble grotto relies more on your own intent power and strong cultivation talent, Mo Fan, the pride of the Qianmeng area. He also walked over. The 2 sitting in the corridor after the 13 steps of death were the top talents of the Qianmeng area. At this time, 2 more figures appeared in the air and descended. Yun Qianma, one called. She looked over and saw Yang Ziki, the senior brother who'd humiliated her yesterday. The one beside Yang Ziki had his hair tied up. He had a sharp aura. Seeing him, Yun Qianma called, Senior brother Zhao. Zhao Han. Everyone looked up at him. Zhao Han was the top disciple of the Sword Clan. He was extremely talented and had once made 10 of the 13 steps of death. He only had 3 more steps left, so it was obvious how powerful he was. Zhao Han looked at Yun Qianma and said, "Junior sister Yun, I'm very disappointed." No matter what, Yun Qianma's actions had disgraced the Sword Clan. After all, she was a top disciple. Senior brother, Yun Qianma wasn't as cold as she was to Yang Ziki. Zhao Han was respected and extraordinarily talented. He was the leader of their generation. Everyone respected him. Zhao Han didn't reply. He looked to Yi Futian. You have high comprehension abilities to be able to comprehend all 4 sides of the Tsang Mountain relic. I heard that the Sword Clan offended you first, so you made Yun Qianma your servant, Zhao Han said. He continued, since she agreed, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me at the Noble Grotto today, I'll let Yun Qianma cultivate with you. The Sword Clan won't bother you anymore. If you can't beat me but still dared to take our disciple as a servant, Zhao Han said coldly, then die. The cold words revealed an undeniable message. Beside them, Yang Ziki sneered. Zhao Han was so talented. He'd once made 10 of the 13 steps of death. Barely any of their generation could do that. Yi Futian would definitely die today. So domineering. Everyone chuckled after hearing Zhao Han's words. With his abilities, he was qualified to say that. He gave Yi Futian a chance. If Yi Futian won, he would have the right to take the Sword Clan's pride as a servant. If not, he would die. Chapter 162, Yi Futian looked at Zhao Han. He had handsome and clear features. Just standing there gave him an extraordinary aura. Yi Futian had naturally noticed that Yun Qianma's attitude towards Zhao Han was different from hers to Yang Ziki. It was obvious that Zhao Han had a higher status in the Sword Clan. That was why he had a cold expression and arrogant words. He said that if Yi Futian could defeat him, he wouldn't care about Yun Qianma again. If Yi Futian lost, he would die. However, what did Yun Qianma being a servant have anything to do with him? This meant that if Yi Futian won, he would win. If he lost, he would die. How tyrannical. Would you like to consider taking your words back? Yi Futian asked Zhao Han. Zhao Han gazed at Yi Futian. His eyes were sharp as if sword intent was flowing from them. He said coldly, I never take back my words. If you don't accept it, you'll also die. No one in the Glory Plane was qualified to negotiate with him, especially not one from the 100 Lands. Yi Futian smiled. Instead of arguing, he walked towards the Noble Grotto. Yusheng glared coldly at Zhao Han and followed Yi Futian. The group walked towards the grotto. Zhao Han's eyes were indifferent. He moved towards the grotto with Yang Ziki. Everyone around them started walking towards the grotto as well. Zhao Han had once walked 10 steps into the grotto. Could he break the record this time? Of the 13 steps of death, apparently, the last 3 were the most terrifying and could really kill someone. They were all a bit sympathetic of Yi Futian. This genius from the 100 Lands had extraordinary comprehension but would most likely die here. The Noble Grotto was vast and wide. The people scattered in all directions, ready to try with Zhao Han and Yi Futian. They were secretly competitive. Motivation came with competition and made them want to go forward even more strongly. Many extraordinary figures stood before the grotto. An invisible burst of majesty traveled over. The people in the back looked forward with an odd brightness in their eyes. These geniuses were going forward together. It was rare and interesting. Zhao Han was the best of the Sword Clan this generation. He was extremely talented and had already taken 10 steps. No one else could top him. All the talents of the Qianmeng area were eclipsed by him. Li Liani was a girl but she was extremely talented as well and would probably have a great performance. Yun Qianma had agreed to be Yi Futian's servant but she wasn't weak either. According to rumors, she had defeated Lu Yuan at the Tsang Mountain relic. However, she'd relied on the stone wall's sword intent at the time. The people wondered who would be stronger now. And how would Yang Ziki and the prides of the 100 lands perform? Of course, they were excited to see how Yi Futian would fare as well. He was a genius who had once comprehended all 4 walls of the Tsang mountain relic. The end was already determined, but they still wanted to see how many steps he could take. 7 steps? If he could take 7 out of the 13, it would be more than half and he would be astonishingly talented. Those of the Qianmeng area who could take 7 steps were all renowned figures. Yi Shao studied Yi Futian's group and stepped forward. He prepared to continue trying. Last time, he'd only taken 3 steps, which wasn't a good result. Chu Kuangren and the people of the Yunchu nation all walked to the grotto. At the Nanda nation's Tingfeng banquet, he didn't even have a chance to fight. At that time, Yi Wuchen's power had made him want to avoid him. Now, he had the chance to quietly compete with Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian didn't know what everyone else was thinking. At this moment, he stood before the grotto, feeling the mysterious majesty. He silently praised the noble grotto's miraculous feeling. This pressure was like heavenly might. It made one revere it. But at this moment, he was going to challenge this reverent strength. Picking up his feet, Yi Futian walked forward. He didn't use any elemental power and merely walked forward with his body. The statues carved into the grotto glowed faintly. A mysterious pressure surged from them, transforming into tangible power pushing down on him. However, it wasn't strong enough and couldn't stop him. He continued forward as if strolling in the garden. He quickly came to the 13 steps of death. The next 13 steps were the true trial. The formless pressure continued pouring out, transforming into intent that rushed into his mind. Zhao Han from the Sword Clan was left of Yi Futian. To his right was Yu Sheng and Yun Qianma's group. Everyone had come to this point. Thud. Beside him, Zhao Han stepped forward. He made 3 continuous steps and was extremely powerful. After the 3rd step, he paused and glanced at Yi Futian. Then he said to Yun Qianma, "I hope he won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, you'd seem too cheap." With that, he took another step. Wild sword intent swept into a storm around him. Taking 4 continuous steps, he was extremely powerful and threw everyone far behind him. Yi Futian didn't mind. He calmly made his first step. An invisible aura radiated from him. This step was extremely stable. His body didn't even shake at all. Countless statues lit up and countless waves of pressure came down on him. They transformed into powerful intent, attacking his tenacity wildly. The strong cultivators around him all stepped forward. The first step was nothing for the geniuses present. Yi Futian quietly felt the power. Instead of looking at the others, he focused on the grotto up ahead and walked forward. As he continued, he still didn't release any elemental power. The mighty grotto had a mysterious power. It came again like a tide and was even stronger, crashing heavily against his body. Strong intent rushed into his mind. It was terrifyingly powerful, almost enough to break down his will. The strong power transformed into a windstorm, but Yi Futian was still unmoved. He was extremely stable and soon took his 3rd step. An even stronger power and intent came, even causing his body to whistle. That was how powerful it was. Yu Sheng was beside him. He took the same steps and also didn't release any elemental power. He used his pure strength. He naturally had godlike strength and was the best at this. Therefore, the grotto responded with similarly strong power. It's the 3rd step. The people before the grotto watched the group. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yun Qianma, and the others had all taken their 3rd step. From the looks of things, many could continue. At least, the 4th step would be no problem. Yi Shao was at the 3rd step as well. Earlier, he had stopped here. This time, he must break through. Closing his eyes, the sword intent wrapping around him was shocking. The spiritual intent had transformed into a sharp sword going forward. He stepped and the terrifying sword intent came rushing into his mind. He didn't move, allowing the two forces to clash. Finally, he succeeded. In this moment, Yi Shao felt his intent strengthening. He opened his eyes. The light of a sword flashed past. He smiled and successfully made his fourth step. Before the grotto, some figures had stopped. The power of the mighty grotto was too much and they couldn't overcome it. Right now, the strongest was still Zhao Han. He had taken his seventh step and stopped again to look back at Yi Futian and the others. Is Zhao Han waiting for Yi Futian? Many people thought. He didn't even struggle with the seventh step. No wonder he was number one of the Sword Clan. You're too slow, he called to Yi Futian. Where's the talent you showed at the Tsang Mountain Relic? Yi Futian glanced at Zhao Han in the near distance and looked away. He continued looking forward and raised his foot. He made his fourth step. Everyone's eyes flashed. Before they could react, Yi Futian raised his foot again and took his fifth step. Many people trained their eyes on him. Soon after, they saw him take his sixth step. When he stopped, everyone felt an unbelievable power. It swept past everything. Even when the crushing weight came, it was still unmoved. Everyone was shocked, not due to Yi Futian taking 6 steps but because of how stable he was despite making 3 continuous steps. This meant that he could continue. His aura was getting stronger as he walked as if it could compete with the grotto's power. Boom! There was a loud sound. Everyone looked over and saw that beside Yi Futian, Yu Sheng had made continuous steps like a wild demon. He also made his 6th step and his body was filled to the brim with wild power. Yi Wuchen's sword intent was like a storm, wrapping around him. He pointed forward fearlessly, facing the mighty pressure directly as if he wanted to cut a path with his sword. As he pointed, he also took 3 steps in a row and came to the 6th step. The 3 had all taken 6 steps. Many people looked at them, hearts shuddering slightly. Yi Shao took this in with some humiliation. They had taken 6 steps, such powerful 6 steps, while he'd only taken 4. He was so far behind Yi Wuchen and the others. There was no comparison usually, but now, it was obvious. Even Lin Yueyao had taken her 4th step and was on her 5th. Chu Kuangren wasn't willing to admit defeat either. He took his 6th step but was struggling. He felt like he'd used up all his strength and energy, and was extremely tense. At this time, Yi Futian moved again at the front of the grotto. He took his 7th step, allowing the extreme power to attack him without showing any sign of struggle. Thud! The loud noise was Yu Sheng's footstep. He'd taken his 7th step as well and looked coldly at Zhao Han, stopped at the 7th step. Yi Wuchen pushed his hands forward and it was as if endless sharp swords poured out of him. His body moved with the swords. There seemed to be a sword spirit storm around him, destroying everything, but he made his 7th step steadily. Boom! With the loud boom, Chu Kuangren was thrown into the air when he tried for the 7th step and crashed onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Yi Shao looked at the trio who had taken their 7th step and didn't have the courage to make his 5th. Even if he did, so what? Chapter 163, Zhao Han saw that Yi Futian's trio made 7 steps, just like him. His expression changed slightly. Huffing coldly, he continued forward. On the 8th step, the sword intent destroyed everything but couldn't stop Zhao Han. Not stopping, he made his 9th step. When his foot fell, everyone heard a sword scream through the air. The grotto's wild intent charged towards Zhao Han's direction. He stopped, preparing for the next step. The 10th step was his previous limit. So powerful. Everyone looked at Zhao Han and then to the others. Yi Futian had taken 7 steps but each step afterward was impossible. The other talents, such as Mo Fan, were only at the 6th step. Li Liani, Yun Qianma, Yang Ziki, and Lu Yuan had stopped at the fifth step. They already felt the horrible pressure. Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan looked upset. They were reputable figures of the Qianmeng area, after all, but were surpassed by 3 in lower planes. Trying for the noble grotto at the same time, the difference between weak and strong was obvious. The noble grotto was different from the Tsang mountain relic. The latter depended more on comprehension, but the grotto required powerful spiritual intent, unprecedented aura, extraordinary endurance, and the ability to break through limits. Yi Futian didn't care about the others. Actually, he'd never thought of those people. He only came to the ancient barren world to become stronger and fight against the Nanda nation and Luo Junlin. He only came to the noble grotto for the fate. As for Zhao Han, he wouldn't know the man if he didn't come to make trouble. Right now, Yi Futian didn't even notice Zhao Han or Yang Ziki and the others. He only saw the grotto. Unifying his spiritual qi, his aura rose up. As if performing the 9 heavenly attacks, he stepped forward again. With the 8th step, the power swept towards him. Intent rushed into his mind, almost destroying his will. However, his spiritual intent strengthened instead. He took another step, the void shook. Yi Futian had taken a 9th step. He was once again equal to Zhao Han. Now, Zhao Han's expression changed slightly. He'd already taken 9 steps and his previous limit was 10. Yi Futian had actually caught up. There was one more step and it would be his previous limit. So powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled as they stared at Yi Futian. The majority had been left in the dust already. Yi Shao had been forced back at the 5th step. Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan were stuck at the 5th step too, studying the 2 figures in the front. Boom. However, someone seemed unwilling to let Yi Futian and Zhao Han get all the attention. He took another step and the air shook. Yu Sheng had taken his 8th step. He didn't stop. Roaring, he made his 9th step. The burly body was filled with explosive strength. The power seemed unstoppable. Zhao Han, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng were at the same point. Yi Wuchen seemed to see Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. He also moved. His body seemed to transform into a sword. He melded into the endless sword intent. Closing his eyes, he was entirely focused. He took his 8th and then 9th step. He was entirely in his own world. In this world, he was alone with his sword. Now, the 4 were together. Seeing this, the black-winged eagle in the back grew excited too, flapping its wings. As for the others, they trembled inwardly. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen had come together. Now, they all made their 9th step. The spectators' shock was imaginable. If they took another step, it would be 10. Zhao Han's limit was 10. This would mean that the trio was equal to Zhao Han. That was shocking. Zhao Han was the top disciple of the Sword Clan. He was extremely talented and was one of the best of the clan's younger generation. As if sensing danger, Zhao Han gathered himself and took his 10th step. He yelled and his sword aura turned into a river. His entire body drowned in the sword, but he still stood firmly and made his 10th step. Only the last 3 steps remained. Then he could step onto the corridor and feel the grotto's intent at a close distance to add the fate to himself. However, before Zhao Han could relax, Yi Futian moved too. He made his 10th step. His aura grew stronger and stronger. It combined with his intent. Right now, he seemed to be fighting the grotto's intent. Boom! With the 10th step, wild wind rose up like tidal waves. His long hair flew and his clothing fluttered. Even more terrifying was the attack on his spiritual intent. It was powerful enough to destroy everything. He's standing. Everyone stared at him, insides trembling. This was the 10th step, this was Zhao Han's limit. Just like him, Yi Futian had reached this step. If they tied, what would Zhao Han do? Zhao Han obviously couldn't accept a tie. His eyes sharpened to a point. He looked forward and closed his eyes, feeling all the power. Then he took his 11th step. The last 3 steps, the most terrifying 3, had caused many top talents to stop. Some were even heavily wounded by the backlash. In fact, some very terrifying talents had died during these 3 steps. It was known as the 13 steps of death, but the truly fatal ones were the last 3. Now, Zhao Han was forced by Yi Futian to take the first of the last 3 steps. Sword intent seemed to bite into his body. The grotto's intent rushed into his mind. That moment, no one knew what kind of attack Zhao Han bore. They only saw his body shake violently. Countless eyes fell on him, staring at his body. Would Zhao Han be injured by the backlash? This step was too dangerous. Even with Zhao Han's top talent, the people still felt that his steps were unsteady. He seemed to sway, about to die at any moment. The space muted. Even Yun Qianma had stopped to look at Zhao Han. Mo Fan, Li Lianyi, Yang Ziki, and the others all looked at Zhao Han's 11th step. The air seemed to coagulate. After a long while, Zhao Han's body steadied. He yelled and opened his eyes. Sword intent shot out. The 11th step. Many people's hearts shook. Zhao Han had started with the 3 fatal steps and surpassed his limits. How will you take this step? Zhao Han asked. His tone was wildly arrogant. Yi Futian had taken 10 steps and was good enough. But unfortunately, Zhao Han had surpassed himself and taken the first of the 3 fatal steps. Only personally experiencing it would one know how terrifying this step was. Yi Futian couldn't do it. If he tried, he would die. Shut up. Yi Futian gazed at Zhao Han coolly. Without any hesitation, he took the first of the fatal 3. That moment, Yi Futian felt the grotto shine brilliantly. He had the hallucination that this mighty grotto only targeted him. Even worse, the carved statues magnified in his eyes. They filled his vision, rushing into his mind. He no longer felt pure intent attacks. The statue's intent transformed into tangible shadows. They appeared in his mind like true noble figures. An unmatchable pressure swept through. It transformed into an impossible power that worked to destroy his will. He finally understood how horrifying this step was. It was completely different from the earlier 10 steps. No wonder Zhao Han's limit had been 10 before. Now, Yi Futian closed his eyes. In his mind, his will confronted the noble statues. The impossible pressure weighed down on him. A terrifying figure appeared in his mind. It was a humongous demon ape. It was extremely powerful and waved its staff, moving the clouds and wind. The 9 heavenly attacks could shatter the world. Before, the snow ape had destroyed heavenly soldiers with a staff. The noble intent couldn't defeat him now. The intent power seemed to recreate a past scene. The demon ape split the skies and earth. It was attacking rather than defending. An extremely resilient intent sliced down at the statues. A rumble came from his mind. The stone statue shattered, but Yi Futian remained standing straight and tall. He took the 11th step steadily. That moment, countless eyes stared at Yi Futian's backside. His figure was still standing so tall as if he was looking down on the world. How is this possible? Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan stared at Yi Futian in shock. He'd actually taken the 11th step. Beside Yi Futian, Zhao Han stared at him coldly. He'd already surpassed his own limits and taken the 11th step. He couldn't continue. The last 2 were impossible to challenge, he was at his true limit. But Yi Futian was still tied with him, coming to this step together. I can't believe you can be equal to me. Zhao Han's voice was tinged with shock. He seemed to have overthought. Ignoring him, Yi Futian raised his foot again. Everyone's hearts shook. Was he going to advance again? Was he crazy? This was Yi Futian's first time here. He'd already taken 11 steps and could still continue. Under their shocked eyes, Yi Futian stepped again. When the noble intent descended, he still didn't hide. He took the offensive and destroyed it with horrible intent. At this moment, he was like a god. No intent was impossible to destroy. The 12th step. The people couldn't stop shaking inside. Yi Futian had taken the 12th step. Only one remained. This was. Before the spectators could process this, they discovered that Yi Futian didn't stop. He raised his foot again. Countless eyes were fixated on that steady figure. Was he going to take the last step? Boom! As Yi Futian brought his foot down, the air before the grotto shook. Similarly, everyone's hearts shook as well. Chapter 164. When Yi Futian made his last step, it felt as if the entire grotto was imprinted in his mind. Of the various statues, each one emanated with powerful intent as if a noble had come himself to squash his will. Earlier, Yi Futian had pushed aside the intents of the statues and now, it was as if he was making his strongest counterattack. Simultaneously, he bore the unbelievable aura that continuously attacked his body. The double attack on the body and mind were enough to crush someone. However, defeating it was like being baptized. The blood inside Yi Futian rumbled and impossible strength burst from his body. The 9 heavenly attacks gathered the power of the world. Though he stood there, his aura was evolving and strengthening. In his mind, the noble statues became extremely menacing. They wanted to wipe his existence from the world. At that moment, Yi Futian thought of many things. He thought of the high and mighty Xia Fan, the emperor's decree that he couldn't fight back against, and that emperor who had once thought he could control Yi Futian's destiny. They could all go die now. A terrible intent was born. It drowned the statues, eradicating them from his mind. Yi Futian opened his eyes. There was arrogance in his gaze. He took another step forward and stood steadily and upright. At this moment, his white clothing fluttered and his long hair danced in the wind. He was like a young emperor. Countless eyes focused on the proud backside, their hearts shaking. Yi Futian had made his way through the 13 steps of death. If he continued forward, he could step into the grotto's corridor and perceive the grotto's intent at a close distance. He would be as brilliant as the 2 up above. Looking back at Zhao Han, he was still at the 11th step. Thinking of his arrogant words from before, if you lose, then die, it was so ironic. Yi Futian was in the glory plane and walked the steps of death for the first time. He had passed while amongst the geniuses of the Qianmeng area, only Zhao Han could surpass 10 steps. Mockery and doubt. They all fell apart now. With Yi Futian's talent, he definitely would be qualified to make Yun Qianma his servant later. She had just chosen earlier to follow he who was in the glory plane. Many felt this was strange because Yun Qianma was the pride of her clan while Yi Futian was from the 100 Lands and had an extremely low plane. Yang Ziki looked from his senior brother to Yi Futian. His expression was ugly. On the other hand, Yun Qianma stared at Yi Futian in shock. She was at the 7th step, which was her limit. She couldn't go on. Yi Futian had succeeded in one go. Boom! An explosion pulled everyone out of their thoughts. The earth shook and it was as if the world was roaring. At that moment, everyone's gazes turned to a spot not far from Yi Futian. While everyone's eyes were on him, Yu Sheng had made his 10th step. Now, he was challenging the fatal 3 steps. He made his 11th step. At this moment, Yu Sheng's burly body seemed to hold up the sky and earth. He was indestructible. He roared at the stone statues, no one could bend his spine. His foot fell steadily. Allowing the thunderstorm to hit him, he stood upright like the god of war. It was not only him. Yi Wuchen was also challenging the 11th step. Sword intent grew between his brows and soon, there was a beam of silver light. A tiny silver sword shot out. It shattered everything and in the next moment, became endless sword intent. He's crazy. Many people shook inwardly at this sight. Today, 4 people had challenged the fatal 3 steps and all succeeded. Yi Futian had even completed all 13. This was the first try for all 3 of them, and Zhao Han had lost to all of them. Yu Xing's arrogant gaze turned and looked at Zhao Han in the near distance. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You aren't even good enough to wipe his shoes." There was nothing to be won while only death awaited the loser. Did Zhao Han think he was very powerful? Hearing Yu Xing's imposing words, everyone hushed. The top disciple of the Sword Clan, the extremely talented Zhao Han, had been humiliated in public. Reality was right before his eyes. Zhao Han's face turned livid when he heard Yu Xing's words. Faced with someone who had made 13 steps on his first try, Zhao Han had neither the ability nor the talent to prove anything. Even now, he couldn't make his 13th step. Now, Zhao Han was still wondering if he should attempt the 12th. Just as he was pondering, Yu Xing had looked away and made his 12th step. His strength was extremely wild and burst through everything. He opened his eyes wide and stared domineeringly at the statue up ahead. He didn't fear the noble and roared as if he wanted to destroy the statue's intent. So what if this was the noble grotto? It couldn't crush him. With a thud, there was a violent wind that lifted a tidal wave. After Yi Futian, Yu Xing made his 12th step and surpassed Zhao Han. Was Zhao Han powerful? Was he extraordinarily talented? 2 cultivators of the glory plane beside him had surpassed him on the first try, leaving him in the dust. Seeing Yi Futian's 13th step and Yu Xing's 12th step, sharpness flashed past Yi Wuchen's eyes like a sword. He grew more determined. A man would only feel motivated when he was with the strong. He would be even more determined and challenge himself with the will of the strong. This was why Yi Wuchen followed Yi Futian's group. With an extraordinary person beside him, he would also challenge what had once been his limit. And rather than one extraordinary person beside him, he had 2. So he couldn't fall behind. Thus, he also made his 12th step, with no regard to the consequences or anything. Just like his sword, he forged on fearlessly. He was crazy. Everyone's hearts trembled without stop. Had they gone berserk? And not only one of them, but all 3. This was honestly unheard of. No one knew if something so shocking had ever happened before the noble grotto before. But now, they couldn't control their pounding hearts. This was crazy. Yi Wuchen had also taken his 12th step. The trio had tossed Zhao Han behind. Zhao Han, who had been unbeatable before, now stood behind them alone. It was so mocking. He didn't deserve to be arrogant. 3 people in lower planes from the 100 lands had surpassed him, the top disciple of the Sword Clan, the pride of Qianmeng. Did he have the right to say that the loser would die? He had thought that he would win but realized that he wasn't even as good as the 2 beside Yi Futian. Such mockery. Behind them, Lin Yueyao watched the 3 unblinkingly. There was an odd look in her eyes. She felt hopeless. Couldn't they think about her feelings? Remembering that they were the top 3 of the Fenghua rank, she couldn't help but think that Emperor Yi Foresight was great. They were brilliant even in the ancient barren world and defeated so many prides of the Qianmeng area. Yun Qianma was speechless too. Earlier, she'd only thought that Yi Futian was extremely talented. She didn't expect that Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen would be like this too. Now, she vaguely understood why Yi Futian dared to make her be his servant. It was silent. All that seemed to remain was the trio that had stolen the light from the world. Everyone stopped to feel the strength within the grotto. But just then, there was a sound. They all watched as Yi Futian slid backward, pushed back by the aggressive power. Is he finally unable to withstand it? Everyone's eyes flashed. Why didn't he step directly onto the grotto's corridor? Many people didn't understand why Yi Futian had stopped at the 13th step. He raised his head and gazed at the noble grotto. He uttered, "Again." Everyone was shocked. Again? What did he mean? Amidst their confusion, Yi Futian stepped forward again. This time, he released his elemental power. A gust of wild aura erupted from his body. They could faintly see aggressive lightning, the heavy intent of the earth, and a sharp metallic aura. At that moment, more statues in the grotto lit up. The bursts of wild power charged at Yi Futian. Simultaneously, an even more terrifying intent cut into his will. Boom, boom, boom. The wild power pounded against him, but he just strolled forward casually. 1 step, 2 steps. He quickly got to step 7. The steps that many were unable to attempt were so easy for him. At that moment, they finally understood what Yi Futian had meant. He chose not to step into the corridor and perceive the grotto's intent. He chose to walk the steps again. Without any hesitation, he chose to restart the thing that many people couldn't challenge and put all their effort in. It was as if he could restart the 13 steps of death whenever he wanted. His 8th step, Yi Futian's body was like a dragon. The power of lightning and thunder danced on him. His 9th step, his shadow was like a rock. It was unbelievably sharp. His 10th step, Yi Futian was like the majestic ape, shaking the world. The unparalleled intent transformed into tangible attacks that rushed violently into him, causing there to be an endless string of explosions inside him. He made the 3 fatal steps again. At the 11th step, his blood boiled and rumbled. The intent of martial arts was released. When the shocking intent rushed into him, he bore it rather than fighting back. He withstood the incredible attack and the cracking sounds continued. His body seemed to be evolving. Boom! An even wilder aura burst from Yi Futian's body. The intent of martial arts transformed into a solid light and broke out of him like a true dragon. Endless power poured out of him violently and he was covered in a brilliant glow. His physical body had a breakthrough and his martial arts evolved. He had broken into Dharma plane. He had done it again, not to prove how amazing he was, but to use the power of the grotto to test his body and try for another plane. Chapter 165, he'd actually advanced to the next level. Countless eyes studied Yi Futian. Everyone knew that the noble grotto could test cultivators. Many were able to break through their limits after enduring the grotto's intent. But no one had ever been like Yi Futian and choose not to enter the corridor after completing the 13 steps, choosing instead to do it again without hesitation. He released the elemental power within him and used the grotto's intent power's attack to test his body, thus having a breakthrough into the Dharma plane. After his martial arts broke into the Dharma plane, the martial intent grew stronger and formed a Dharma. Yi Xiao and the people of the Kangyi College stared at Yi Futian's backside. They looked embarrassed. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen made the Kangyi College students seem unaccomplished. The strongest had only taken 5 steps. 5 steps actually wasn't weak, but with Yi Futian's trio present, they looked horrible. Even worse, Yi Futian didn't show any signs of stopping yet. Right now, he was under extreme pressure but could also feel his power changing. In his mind, an even stronger intent attacked. Intent of different elements swept up a chaotic storm. It destroyed everything and more statues imprinted in his mind. Yi Futian fought against this power. He didn't fear the noble intent. Was a noble intent enough to destroy him? Arrogance emanated from him. His blood bubbled as the imperial tactics operated subconsciously. A strand of emperor's intent appeared in his mind. That moment, the noble intent from the statue seemed to be shocked. It tried to fight back but Yi Futian destroyed it with the emperor's intent. If he was stopped by the grotto today, he wouldn't be able to kill a true noble in the future. Without hesitation, Yi Futian took the 12th step for the second time. His arrogance didn't reduce, he was still like an emperor. Even stronger intent from the statue rushed into his mind. This time, Yi Futian didn't destroy it. He allowed it to attack his spiritual intent. He was like an emperor, no matter what came, it would all submit to him in the end. As soon as he made his 12th step, Yi Futian made his 13th without any fear. This time, his steps were steadier than before. There wasn't any faltering. Instead of going through the trial, it was as if he was going to conquer. After the 13th step, the entire grotto imprinted in his mind. It seemed to feel his arrogance. The various statues all appeared in his mind to eliminate this brash man. Yi Futian didn't fear anything. The emperor's intent was extremely powerful. It didn't move no matter what the noble intent tried. He enveloped the noble intent with the emperor's intent. The powerful noble intent seemed to meld into his intent, submitting to the emperor. At this moment, something seemed to break open. His spiritual power was evolving. A powerful spiritual windstorm carried the surrounding power and swallowed it. All types of spiritual qi and the strong intent all turned into food for Yi Futian. Breakthrough in spiritual power. Everyone's hearts trembled again. Yi Futian cultivated both martial arts and sorcery. After a breakthrough in martial arts, he still wasn't satisfied and continued using the grotto's power to have a breakthrough in spiritual sorcery. Now, he had advanced in both spiritual and martial arts power. He entered the Dharma plane completely. Many people felt numb. All the prides of the Qianmeng area had been subdued at the noble grotto by someone in the glory plane from the 100 lands. They were forced to surrender. Compared to him, Zhao Han of the Sword Clan was so unimpressive. If he was a pride, then what was Yi Futian? At this time, fate bloomed from Yi Futian. It rose up several meters and was still strengthening. The intent of the stone statues flowed in endlessly, transforming into fate and making it stronger. It soon became dozens of meters tall and was terrifying. They'd never seen someone create such powerful fate just from the noble grotto. There were many types of fate. To the people of the ancient barren world, it took a long time to comprehend the relics. The easiest way was to steal. However, Yi Futian had reversed that thought. He approached the noble fate with just comprehension. This was frightening. If the others of the Qianmeng area could be like him, it would be so easy to become a noble. Great! Yu Sheng was so excited seeing this as if he'd also had a breakthrough. Then he lifted his foot and went for the last step. That moment, his entire body tensed. The fabric on his arms tore apart. His veins bulged and the frightening muscles made one feel immense strength. His physical body was strong to the extreme. There was a shocking roar. Yu Sheng bellowed at the stone statues. His body seemed to glow like a demon. He was unstoppable. Boom! His foot fell like a demon shattering the sky. His body made a huge sound and each body part seemed to be evolving. A gust of martial intent burst forth, making him even stronger. With another roar, he shattered the noble intent. Yu Sheng's eyes burned with golden flames like a demon. Another one with a breakthrough. Everyone stared at the demonic backside, shuddering inwardly. This was too crazy. Others had had breakthroughs before the noble grotto before, but it was never as impressive as Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They were two beasts. Yi Wuchen looked at the two before him. Right now, he was extremely calm. He'd never been so determined before. His heart was a sword, his intent and body transformed into a sword. His entirely had become a sword, an indestructible sword. He moved towards the last step. That moment, endless sword intent came ripping past. The horrible windstorm tore past his body, opening up countless wounds. His sword intent was about to extinguish any time. The small silver sword that shot out whistled. It could collapse with any mistake. No matter what collapsed, he would be destroyed. But he didn't fear anything. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng stepped forward, he could sense that his talent wasn't as good as either. He had to be extremely determined to do the same as them. He must be fearless as well. A swordsman must go forward without looking back. If he completed that step, the skies would clear. If he retreated, his sword heart should shatter. He'd never be able to surpass his limits. A swordsman must have the courage and determination to face death. He couldn't be defeated like this. Many people stared at Yi Wuqian in shock. He'd taken the last step with an entirely tensed body. Many were nervous. Lin Yuyao stared. She knew that if anything happened, Yi Wuqian might die here. This guy was too crazy. He'd already made 12 steps. Why must he keep going? Was it worth it to risk his life for? Wish, wish. Sharp sounds appeared. Yi Wuqian's foot stepped down entirely. That moment, endless sword intent flowed on his body. It shot towards the statues. The sword intent flowed through him as if he was the body of the sword. He'd obviously succeeded. Yi Wuqian had taken the 13th step. Of those who came from the Qianmeng area, only 2 were cultivating in the corridor. But today, Yi Futian's trio arrived and all successfully made 13 steps. This was so shocking. Throughout the history of the Qianmeng area, there'd never been a force that created 3 figures like them at the same time. Now, they all stopped at the last step. Yi Futian's gaze fell calmly on the statues. He continuously sensed the intent contained in the statues carved in the grotto. His freedom meditation operated and he could feel each intent power clearly. The more he felt it, the more he experienced the strength. He attempted to release the emperor's intent. It surged into a statue and slowly, he realized that it resonated with the noble intent as if trying to make it surrender. Just as he'd guessed, the emperor's intent born at Donghai City that day was even more advanced than noble intent. He just didn't know how to use it yet. His abilities under the emperor's intent had once shocked everyone, killing someone in the Arcana plane. Seems like I can cultivate here for a long while, Yi Futian thought. The noble grotto was an optimal place for cultivation. He looked left and right. Seeing Yu Sheng and Yi Wuqian there, he smiled. Then he looked at Yun Qianma and Lin Yueyao. The freedom meditation showed him the statues releasing pressure on them. His emperor's intent communicated with the power within those statues. Then he called, Yun Qianma. Yes? Yun Qianma looked over at him. Comprehend well and try advancing again, Yi Futian said. Beside Yun Qianma, Lin Yueyao saw this and couldn't help but call, hey. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao in confusion. He saw her resentful gaze and angry eyes as if she felt he was biased. Yi Futian was speechless. Was this girl jealous? Stupid. Overlooking her, Yi Futian said, one by one. With that, he guided power into Yun Qianma's mind. This wasn't an attack though. It was for Yun Qianma to feel. Beside Yi Futian, Zhao Han looked at this coolly. Yi Futian had clearly overlooked his existence. Yun Qianma, Zhao Han called. The girl looked over and he said, come back within a month. He'd said that if Yi Futian could beat him, he wouldn't care anymore. He couldn't go back on his words. He still wasn't willing though, so he only gave Yun Qianma 1 month's time. Yun Qianma's eyes hardened. Then Zhao Han stepped back, getting ready to leave. Did I allow you to leave? A cold and arrogant voice said. Zhao Han's steps froze. Chapter 166. This voice naturally came from Yi Futian. Everyone's gazes focused on Yi Futian's direction. Was he crazy? He had defeated Zhao Han and the latter had taken a step back, only telling Yun Qianma to return to the clan after 1 month. This was still domineering, but even though Yi Futian had shown his extreme talent, he was still lower in plane. Zhao Han not going back on his words was already good enough, but now Yi Futian was challenging him again. Wasn't this giving Zhao Han an excuse to mess with him? Are you talking to me? Zhao Han gazed at Yi Futian with some mockery in his eyes. Don't take a single step before my mood turns better, Yi Futian said coldly instead of answering the question. Move then die. Zhao Han's expression turned odd. Move then die. He looked at Yi Futian and sneered. If the youth wanted to die, then he'd let him. How would you like to die? Zhao Han asked coldly. As soon as he said that, something extremely sharp flashed past Yi Futian's eyes. In a blink, an extremely terrifying intent power shot to Zhao Han. This time, it wasn't gentle like the intent that had entered Yun Qianma's mind. Instead, it was filled with the thirst for killing. In a moment, Zhao Han felt that it wasn't Yi Futian before him but the strong intent power in the stone statues that came at him. Accompanied by a sharp sound, shocking sword intent burst from Zhao Han's body. However, the other intent pierced directly through everything, coming from the sword intent of the stone statues. Sizzle. Everyone heard a pained cry mixed into the piercing sharp sound. Zhao Han trembled as blood flowed out from his body. Even his eyes were bleeding. At that moment, everyone's eyes were trained there, staring at the two figures. The statue lit up. Someone looked to the kendo statues in the grotto. They were glowing. Just like in the Tsang mountain relic. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan's expression was dark. Yi Futian had used his musical sorcery to activate the intent within the stone walls at the Tsang mountain relic. Now, he didn't even need the musical sorcery to activate the even stronger intent of the grotto. Was he even human? When the attacking strength disappeared, Zhao Han couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, he had felt death. Do you think I'm joking? Yi Futian smiled at Zhao Han. He was handsome and had a nice smile. He looked harmless, but in Zhao Han's eyes right now, he was like a demon. Everyone could feel shudders from the coldness. Earlier, Zhao Han had been extremely domineering. He'd set the rule that if Yi Futian lost, he would die. Without saying anything, Yi Futian had walked quietly towards the grotto. At that time, he couldn't fight against Zhao Han. Next, he walked towards the grotto and showed his talent. Now, he could use the intent of the grotto to crush Zhao Han. His entire presence had changed. If Zhao Han moved, he would die. There was no reason. Now, Yi Futian set the rules. Zhao Han's features twisted. He was the top disciple of the Sword Clan and an extremely talented cultivator. His arrogant words from before were still fresh, but now he was in such a position. It was so embarrassing. If he moved, he would die. So should he stay here for everyone to gawk at? Did he, Zhao Han, still have a place in the Qianmeng area now? He was forced to the point of not even daring to move. It was such a humiliation. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Futian no longer looked at Zhao Han, his eyes turned to Yun Qianma. Right now, Yun Qianma's expression was a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Han was a top disciple. If Yi Futian treated him so, what would he do after leaving the grotto? And what should she do? She had given up on some things when she agreed to become Yi Futian's servant, but it was difficult to betray her clan and become Zhao Han's enemy. Yun Qianma, continue perceiving. Yi Futian guided the intent contained inside the statues into Yun Qianma's mind so she could perceive and comprehend it. Then he looked to Lin Yueyao and did the same thing. At this time, everyone saw that the black winged eagle had walked before the stone statues and was making its way to the 13 steps of death. It had even made 4 steps. Next, it began perceiving as well under Yi Futian's help. I'm going up to cultivate, Yu Xing said to Yi Futian. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Xing walked up to the grotto's corridor, walking under the statues. He felt the mighty intent emanating from them. He found a quiet place to sit and began perceiving quietly. Yi Wuchen did the same. He had forcefully made the 13 steps and some changes had occurred to his body. Now, he needed to relax and perceive for a while. The grotto deserved for him to take his time. Only Yi Futian and Zhao Han remained standing there. Yi Futian looked at all the statues, feeling the powerful intent within them and increasing his fate. Zhao Han was in a bad position. He was forced to stand there, not allowed to take a step. Now, he looked to Yi Futian with dark eyes but not daring to risk it. Behind him were the prides of the Qianmeng area. Mo Fan, Liu Yanni, and the others were all unsettled. Today's performance of Yi Futian's trio was too overbearing. Yi Shao, Chu Kuangren, and the others were even more speechless. Yi Shao especially looked at them with a complex expression. Time passed bit by bit. After a long while, everyone saw Yun Qianma move. She had started attempting to move forward. Under their shocked gazes, she walked to the 10th step. Then she tried her 11th and succeeded as well. Many people couldn't help but look to Yi Futian. It seemed that Yun Qianma could only do this with his help. He had guided the stone statue's intent so Yun Qianma could sense it. After a short pause, Yun Qianma tried the 12th and then the 13th. Succeeding all the steps, she walked into the corridor. This made Zhao Han even more uncomfortable, as well as Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan. It was not only Yun Qianma. Next, Lin Yueyao, her guards, and even the Black Winged Eagle tried to step forward with Yi Futian's help. They approached the corridor and finally walked onto it. Of course, because they relied on Yi Futian, the intent they had were far from Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen's because they had relied on themselves. Still, they received a lot of fate. Next, they could slowly study it in the corridor. Seeing the many bodies in the corridor, everyone else was speechless. Was this possible? Yi Shao looked to Yi Futian with a bit of hesitation. Looking at Lin Yueyao and the others cultivating in the corridor, he seemed to make a decision. Yi Shao finally called out, Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked away from the statues and turned to Yi Shao. Yes, Your Highness. Take us to the corridor, he said with a straight face. He said, us, instead of me. He'd included the people of the Kangyi College. Obviously, just saying himself would be very embarrassing, so he added the others as well. Yi Shao knew that begging Yi Futian wasn't too glorious, but he'd only taken 4 steps. If he had to use that rate for accumulating fate, it would be hard to receive the noble fate. He needed the noble fate. If he had it, the throne would be his. He may also have a chance similar to Luo Junlin too. Then Kangyi Kingdom's throne would just be a backup plan. Thus, he lowered himself like this. Even so, his voice was still cold as if he was ordering Yi Futian instead of begging him. Hearing Yi Zhao's voice, Yi Futian smiled. Since the emperor ordered that we shouldn't rely on others, I'm sure you will understand him and rely on yourself. This was what Yi Shao had said when they entered the ancient barren world. Now, Yi Futian returned it to him. Yi Futian hadn't forgotten Emperor Ye's kindness to him. If Yi Shao hadn't done those things, they would still be friends and he would help. But since Yi Shao wanted to keep the boundaries clear, Yi Futian could only go with the flow. Hearing these words, Yi Zhao's expression grew uglier. He'd already lowered his pride, but he was still rejected. Yi Futian had humiliated him completely. He stared coldly at Yi Futian and didn't say anything else. Yi Futian continued to cultivate. He prepared to study the statues and agglomerate his dharma. At that time, of those in the corridor, one of the 2 who had been cultivating first had started moving. In a second, multiple gazes moved onto him. They all knew him. The figure walked down from the corridor and towards where Zhao Han was. His features were as defined as if they were carved by a knife, and he was abnormally handsome. His entire body radiated a mighty presence as if he was extraordinary from birth. His sharp gaze was deep and his face was emotionless, though he gave off an invisible pressure. When Zhao Han saw him, he couldn't help but call out, "Young Master Qian." There are mountains past the mountains and skies past the skies. Do you understand the phrase now? The young man said calmly. Zhao Han nodded. He could admit that his talent was far from Yi Futian's, but he still couldn't accept it. Go, the young man said. Zhao Han glanced at Yi Futian but still nodded and retreated. It was as if the young man's words were like an order, even more powerful than Yi Futian's threat. Yi Futian, who was cultivating, frowned. He looked over and an invisible intent power surged towards Zhao Han. At the same time, a terrifying gust of power came out of the young man. It transformed into a dragon that wrapped around Xiao Han, protecting him. He hurried backward and retreated from the grotto. The dragon returned to the young man. At that moment, he was dazzling as if he was a dragon among the people. Noble fate. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was a legendary figure, a monstrously talented figure of the Qianmeng area, and had absolute authority. It's just a small matter. End it now, the young man said to Yi Futian. There seemed too absolute authority hidden inside the monotonous voice. Amongst the younger generation of the Qianmeng area, his words were the command. Chapter 167, Yi Futian studied the youth before him. He already knew Xiao Han's identity as the son of the Sword Clan's clan master. But he became respectful the moment the youth appeared. Xiao Han retreated as soon as he was told so. Who must this be? Of course, Yi Futian was only curious. He wants my life and you think it's a small matter? Yi Futian said, smiling. You better convince me. The people of the Qianmeng area all stared at Yi Futian. This guy probably dared to speak like this because he didn't know who this person was. What would he do if the man couldn't convince him? Fight? Even if he won, if he fought this young man, Yi Futian would definitely be dead. He wouldn't be able to leave this city alive unless he hid in the grotto forever. Compared to why you entered the ancient barren world, of course it is a small matter. The youth smiled nonchalantly and said, it's only a grudge. Even if you kill him, no one can touch you if you use the grotto's power. But are you never going to leave? Why do that just for a grudge? In the ancient barren world, compared to getting the noble fate and strengthening, nothing else is important. Yi Futian didn't speak. He continued gazing at the youth quietly, waiting for the other to keep talking. With your talent, it shouldn't be hard to receive the noble fate. It's only a matter of time. But in the ancient barren world, there are things beneficial to cultivation other than noble fate. For example, there is the Lulan relic in Lulan City. There are relics that have disappeared in the outside world. For countless years, many talents go to the Lulan City to see the relic, but few can go in. Even if they go in, it's hard to receive anything. I believe you'll be interested. The youth smiled as if confident in his judgment. Indeed, Yi Futian was interested. Qianmeng City was the city closest to the entrance to the 100 Lands. They'd come directly after entering the ancient barren world. After learning about the map, Yi Futian had wanted to go out. He couldn't stay in Qianmeng forever. That was why he didn't fear becoming enemies with Xiao Han. Lulan City was the heart of this region. It meant there must be stronger fate there. What's in the relic? Yi Futian asked. Many things. For example, ritual implements that contain noble intent. These items can't be brought in from the outer world. Therefore, you can't find ritual implements in the outer world. That's not all. The relic won't disappoint you, the young man said. Why are you telling me? Yi Futian studied the other. The youth had come for a reason, seemingly not only to resolve tensions between him and Xiao Han but to say these things. But if that was the case, why didn't he just come and directly tell Yi Futian? Of course it's because of your talent, the youth said, smiling. If you wish to go, we can go together. He will also go. With that, he pointed at the other one cultivating in the corridor. Before Yi Futian's group, only they were in the corridor. I might cultivate here for a while, Yi Futian said. No problem. How about I come to find you in 3 months, the youth asked. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and didn't say anything else. Goodbye. The youth smiled and left. Walking past Xiao Han, he said, this is over. Yes, young Master Qian. Xiao Han nodded, not daring to make any objections. Then the youth walked away. The people involuntarily made way for him. He was obviously highly respected. When he left, Zhao Han glared at Yi Futian. He'd completely embarrassed himself today, but he couldn't even take revenge. "Let's go," he uttered and left with Yang Ziki. Yang Ziki looked unwilling. He still couldn't help but look at the beautiful figure in the corridor. He couldn't accept that the girl he liked would become someone else's servant. Thinking that she would serve a man, he felt furious. But he couldn't do anything. Even Zhao Han was powerless now, he could only leave as well. The spectators whispered amongst themselves. Yi Futian was valued highly by young Master Qian and was invited to Lulan City. With Yi Futian's talent, he would be terrifying in the future. Perhaps young Master Qian wanted to pull Yi Futian under him. If he agreed, he might become a top figure of the Qianmeng area. Young Master Qian was the young leader of the Qianmeng area. Yi Futian didn't think about Zhao Han. Just as the young man had said, this truly was a small matter. He anticipated more interesting things from the ancient barren world. Of course, he knew why the man had invited him. There was definitely a use for him. Maybe the man wanted to use him but he didn't mind. This was mutual and he'd see after arriving at Lulan City. He stepped out and onto the corridor. Faint intent weighed down on him. He walked down the corridor. Whenever he walked past a statue, he could feel the intent coming from it. It was very clear and it was easy to sense under the statue. There were also many caves in the grotto that seemed natural. Yi Futian walked into one. The outside pressure was gone. If he didn't want to endure the pressure, he could go into a cave. After familiarizing himself, Yi Futian walked down the corridor. He returned to outside the 13 steps of death. He walked through it again without using the Emperor's intent. Instead, he used pure elemental power, such as fire, water. He continued using the noble grotto to test himself. This made many speechless. The noble grotto, the place with the strongest fate in Qianmeng City, had become Yi Futian's toy. He could cultivate however he wanted. In the following days, the people who remained saw Yi Futian cultivate in various ways. Sometimes, he used comprehension, sometimes, he communicated with the statue's intent. Sometimes he walked before the grotto as if relaxing. The poor geniuses couldn't even take 7 steps. Seeing Yi Futian's active figure, they really wanted to beat him up. Even worse, the black-winged eagle would sometimes get up and caw. Every time it flapped its wings excitedly, the others wanted to roast it. This beast was too much of a bully. After a few days, Yi Futian finally quieted down. He walked into a cave inside the grotto. The grotto was deep and dark, they couldn't see him. What made them speechless was that he made Yun Qianma guard the cave so the others couldn't peek at him. He was really ordering the beauty around like a servant. Time flew by. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the others were also cultivating quietly. One day, a terrifying aura filled the air outside Yi Futian's cave. His body produced a huge rumbling sound. His blood bubbled and roared. 3 life spirits appeared behind Yi Futian, the majestic thunder dragon, the dazzling golden rock, and the aggressively powerful ape. The 3 released 4 elements, thunder, wind, metal, and earth. Outside the cave, horrible spiritual qi flowed wildly into the cave. The spiritual qi in the grotto seemed to be sucked dry as it grouped towards Yi Futian. It used the life spirits as the original shape and covered them to create dharmas. Cultivators in the Dharma plane could create dharmas. Martial artists could create dharma with the martial arts intent, and sorcerers used spiritual qi and spells. The dharma could greatly increase combat power and endlessly cast spell attacks. Mandate sorcerers usually used life spirits to solidify dharma and fused the life spirit into the dharma. Yi Futian had more than 1 life spirit. Theoretically, he could create many dharmas. Now, the 3 life spirits behind him were going to create 3 different dharma. However, Yi Futian didn't do that. His emperor's intent came to life and enveloped the life spirits and dharma. At the same time, he released noble intent and fused it in. There was a whoosh and the world tree was released. The three dharmas were swept into the tree, turning into a terrifying vortex. The various elements intertwined and screamed. The cave seemed to turn into a black hole, crazily swallowing the spiritual chi from the outside. Rumbling continued, reverberating in Yun Qianma's ears outside the cave. She really wanted to go see what was happening that could make such a commotion, but she didn't. Yi Futian had ordered her seriously. She didn't know what Yi Futian would do if she intruded. The guy looked harmless but was nothing nice. The commotion lasted for a long time. Inside the cave, only one dharma was behind Yi Futian. It looked quite strange. It had the terrifying body of the ape and flashed with gold and dirt yellow glow. Thunder and lightning flowed past it. Every part of this ape was like a dragon. Its hands were filled with power but were sharp as if it could transform into the golden rock's claws at any moment. Behind the ape, there was also a pair of domineering wings. At a glance, the ape seemed to push up against the heavens. Like the snow ape at the Mount Tianyao, it could stir the world. Yi Futian cultivated the practice techniques Emperor Yi Qing gave him. The dharma he created today was dedicated to Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape. Yi Futian's three main life spirits were included in this dharma. Covered by the dharma, no one could be able to tell what it was. However, Yi Futian didn't stop. The dharma disappeared and he closed his eyes to continue. He had many life spirits. Since he combined his three main life spirits into one dharma, he could continue making other dharmas. Chapter 168, 168 You can't take it in the grotto's cave. Yi Futian was still cultivating quietly. After countless days, Yun Qianma sat outside the cave. She felt a shocking fire elemental spiritual chi charge towards the cave. She could feel the heat even sitting outside the cave. He's doing it again. Yun Qianma's eyes flashed. What exactly was that guy cultivating? The commotion a few days ago was huge. Was he going to do it again now? If he was agglomerating dharma, he'd already succeeded days ago. Was he agglomerating double dharma? After a while, Yun Qianma felt the terrifying would elemental spiritual chi go wild again. She quivered inside. From what she knew, Yi Futian had already released 6 of the 7 elements. Add that to the fact that he was a musical sorcerer, this meant that he was probably a full attribute sorcerer including spiritual sorcery. Yi Futian had only performed twice in the Qianmeng city, once at the Tsang Mountain Relic and once at the Noble Grotto. Both times, he was groundbreaking and earth-shattering. No one could match him. However, Yun Qianma vaguely felt that Yi Futian hadn't truly fought yet. His plane was too low. Earlier he was in the glory plane and had only just entered the dharma plane now. No one paid attention to his true skills or his elemental talent. But Yun Qianma could feel that Yi Futian's cultivation talent was terrifyingly high. His combat abilities would be shocking as well. Terrifying spiritual chi around her surged into the cave and a gust of heat came out. She could feel the currents of the heat waves. This persisted for a long time. The cave brightened and people in the distance could vaguely see firelight appear in the cave. Deep inside the cave, Yi Futian sat with crossed legs. Behind him, another frightening dharma appeared. It was a gigantic tree of flames, a sun hanging above it. Below the sun, it was like a furnace. Flames tossed and turned and roared. After that, the tree slowly melted into the sun, seeping in bit by bit. Finally, the sun hung there with the shadow of a tree within. Below it was a sea of fire like a furnace, rumbling and roaring. This persisted for a long time. The dharma disappeared but Yi Futian still didn't go out. He continued to cultivate in the cave. This lasted for a long while. Now, he'd entered the dharma plane and created his dharma. Next, he had to stabilize this state and feel the intent that he'd received. Time passed quickly. People continued to come to the noble grotto and step forward. When they saw the many figures and demon in the corridor, many felt helpless. 3 months finally ended. This day, a group of strong cultivators arrived before the noble grotto. The young man at the head was respectfully called Young Master Qian by many. This was the young man who had made the promise with Yi Futian earlier. When he arrived, he saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng talking about something in the corridor. As if seeing him, Yi Futian's group walked down. There was a qualitative change to their auras. Yi Wuchen had broken into the 4th-level Dharma plane while cultivating in the grotto. His understanding of the sword intent had increased as well. Forcefully walking the 13 steps of death was a transformation for him. There were 3 people behind young Master Qian. Yi Futian saw Zhao Han and a strong man with a huge axe standing quietly behind. The people from the Qianmeng area looked at him with some shock. Shi Tong, the monstrous talent of the true martial clan, was now following young Master Qian. According to rumors, it had already been decided that he would become the head of the true martial clan and protect young Master Qian's Qianmeng area. Other than Shi Tong and Zhao Han, there was also a girl. She wore a thin long dress and had beautiful figures. Her body was thin and soft as if she had no bones. A certain part was extremely full and her skin was almost translucent. Her mesmerizing eyes had some sort of invisible attractive power. She was definitely a rarity. Her looks were comparable to Yun Qianmo but under Lin Yueyao. However, she was fatally attractive to men. Was she with young Master Qian now? At this time, the other youth who had been cultivating on the corridor walked down too. This was Du Guleng, the pride of the Qianmeng area. Apparently, he was an orphan and used his extraordinary intent to make a name for himself in Qianmeng. Now, he cultivated with the chief and was accepted as a disciple. His talent was frightening. With Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen, everyone else shuddered inwardly. Young Master Qian had 4 people with him, Du Guleng, Shi Tong, Zhao Han, and Yu Linglong. Zhao Han, the top disciple of the Sword Clan, was probably the least talented. The others had all surpassed him in the Noble Grotto. Yi Futian's group was much lower in plane but their talent was undeniable. Maybe the 2 girls, Lin Yueyao and Yun Qianma, were weaker but young Master Qian mainly invited Yi Futian's trio. Those 3 were who he valued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Yang. This is Du Guleng, Shi Tong, and Yu Linglong. You already know Zhao Han. Let's put past feelings to the side. Everyone here is a top cultivator of the Dharma plane in the Qianmeng area, Qian Yang said with a smile. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Lin Yueyao, Yun Qianma, Yi Futian said, introducing them all. Since you're ready, let's go, Qian Yang said, smiling, and walked out. The black winged eagle unfurled its wings. Yi Futian's group all climbed up and got ready to soar. Yi Futian, a voice suddenly called. Yi Futian turned and saw Chu Kuangren looking over. His eyes were trained on the group on the black winged eagle. He had been extremely arrogant at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet, looking down at everything. He provoked Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen many times but they'd never fought before. After everything else happened, both Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen had left him in the dust. This made him unhappy. Was he, the pride of the Yunchu nation, that bad? You've entered the Dharma plane and have agglomerated your Dharma these months, right? Chu Kuangren asked. Let me see your Dharma. He asked to see it but really, it was an invitation to fight. He wanted to see if he was truly surpassed by the one who used to be in the glory plane. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and he said, you can't take it. Boom. A gust of strong power bloomed from Chu Kuangren, sweeping to Yi Futian. Yu Sheng walked forward. He was about to fight but Yi Futian stopped him and said, in that case, lose all hope. As soon as he spoke, a sun appeared behind him. His body seemed to be bathed in endless fire. The terrifying sun shone down directly, appearing to contain the endless strength of fire. When Chu Kuangren looked at Yi Futian's Dharma, beams of sunlight pierced downward. His eyes started burning instantly. The sun's mark appeared in his eyes. Ah! With a cry, Chu Kuangren shut his eyes painfully. Figures from the Yunchu nation rushed up, but the black-winged eagle flapped its wings and flew. Yi Futian's dharma disappeared. Chu Kuangren didn't open his eyes until they soared into the air. Blood flowed from his eyes and the sight was disturbing. Chu Kuangren looked at the disappearing figure. Just as Yi Futian had said, his red eyes were filled with despair. He was once the man who said he'd teach Yi Futian a lesson. His nickname was Kuangren, meaning wild man, so his personality was obvious. But now, he realized that some people weren't that eye-catching in a lower plane but one day would suddenly become someone who couldn't be surpassed. He was definitely a bit hopeless. The talent he'd been proud of for so long was now like nothing. He wanted to see Yi Futian's dharma and Yi Futian said he wouldn't be able to take it. He really couldn't, he couldn't even glance at it. Qian Yang's group of 5 sat on another demon in the air. It was a wind rock. When the black-winged eagle caught up, Qian Yang chuckled and said, "Your dharma is pretty good. Was it created with a spell and spiritual qi?" "It's alright," Yi Futian said casually. He obviously wouldn't tell Qian Yang that he'd included his life spirit in his dharma, as well as spiritual intent. Otherwise, why would Chu Kuangren get hurt just from a glance? "You're being modest. We're headed towards Lulan City now though. Perhaps you'll see even more talented people," Qian Yang said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and didn't speak further. "Yun Qianma," Qian Yang called the girl behind Yi Futian. Yun Qianma looked over. "It was very difficult for you to make the decision. You have guts. On the other hand, Zhao Han is a bit too arrogant and I told him to move on from it." "Don't worry about it," Qian Yang said. "Thank you, young Master Qian." Yun Qianma was a bit reassured. The group continued forward. The wind rock sparkled and was extremely fast. The black-winged eagle didn't want to appear weak. It rode with the wind as if trying to compete with the wind rock. Its eyes were more arrogant now and occasionally glanced at the wind rock with pride. It had eaten wind rock meat before, after all, and it was tasty. It wondered when this wind rock could be cooked too. After countless days, a city even grander and more ancient than Qianmeng City appeared in Yi Futian's sight. They'd arrived at the Lulan City. The ancient Lulan has an extremely long city. This city was built inside the ancient barren world by the ancient Lulan countless years ago. Inside this ancient city, the ancient Lulan has absolute power, Yun Qianma said behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. The black-winged eagle sped up and caught up with the wind rock. Yi Futian asked, "Where are we going now?" Qian Yang turned to look at Yi Futian and answered with a smile, "We're going to visit the Lulan Palace inside the ancient barren world." Chapter 169, Ancient Lulan was inside the Lulan city of the ancient barren world. For countless years, ancient Lulan controlled this old city. They even built a palace inside. Apparently, it connected the outer world to the true Lulan palace. Even the top forces from the barren city couldn't shake ancient Lulan's status in this city. According to rumors, ancient Lulan only had one reason for controlling the Lulan palace, forbidding anyone from looking into it, the Lulan relic. The Lulan relic was the most well-known relic of Lulan city. Apparently, even ancient Lulan didn't have some of the items inside. Thus, for many years, ancient Lulan had been sending strong cultivators into the relic to dig everything out. To enter the relic, one must receive permission from the Lulan royalty. Therefore, Qian Yang went straight to the Lulan palace after arriving at the city. Clearly, he was prepared and had planned this early on. The palace was the most majestic building in the Lulan city. It had an ancient aura about it. When Yi Futian's group arrived, the black-winged eagle and wind rock descended. Many people were outside the palace, gazing at the steps before the palace and the majestic arched gate. There were also many guards. Qian Yang, the young master of the Qianmeng area, is here to visit, Shi Tong called in the palace's direction as he stepped forward. Welcome, a guard declared, raising his spear. He seemed to know about their group's visit and let them through. Qian Yang walked forward. The others followed and entered the Lulan Palace. Many people in the palace looked at them with a strange expression. They seemed to come from Qianmeng City. The junior leader had come personally with his group. It was obvious they were here for the Lulan relic, but many top figures from all over the ancient barren world had come. Things were going to get interesting. The group was brought to a peaceful place. There were various independent pavilions and they chose one each. Yi Futian, go rest in your pavilions first. I'll find you if anything happens, Qian Yang said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Along the way, he'd asked Yun Qianma some questions but she didn't know much. She only knew that this trip was for the Lulan relic and didn't know anything else. Young master, can you explain this trip to us? Yi Futian asked. What are you in a hurry for? Beside Qian Yang, Yu Linglong smiled at Yi Futian. Her sexy body was alluring and so were her eyes. Since young Master Qian brought you to the palace, he'll naturally take you into the relic. Just wait for news. But I'm still unsure about some things, Yi Futian replied. He didn't believe that Qian Yang had brought him out of the good of his heart. There must be another reason. You don't need to know, Shi Tong said indifferently. Yi Futian. Qian Yang reached out to stop Shi Tong and said, I know your suspicions. The relic is a magical place. You won't receive anything just because you're in a high plane. I need your talent so I teamed up with you. If we receive anything in the relic, we can discuss how to split it. You don't need to worry over anything else. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He walked away towards the pavilion he would reside in. After entering the pavilion, Lin Yueyao's pretty eyes flashed. I don't know how genuine he is, she said. There shouldn't be a problem in trying to ally with you. It must be because of the talent you displayed in the grotto. But if we really receive anything, how do we split it? Qian Yang only had 5 people but they were all at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. Qian Yang, especially, had the noble fate which could greatly increase combat ability. The abilities of the two sides were totally unequal. At that time, it wouldn't be up to Yi Futian to decide. I feel like he's just tricking us step by step, Yuxing said, furrowing his brows. But we still came, despite knowing there may be problems, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Since we came, we'll do it. Even without Qian Yang, we'll still be up against others if we charge into the relic. From the looks of things, we aren't the only group here. Oh. Yuxing nodded and didn't say anything else. They would come to the Lulan relic sooner or later. In the following days, Lulan Palace was filled with activity but Yi Futian's group just stayed inside to cultivate. They didn't even know what Qian Yang's group was doing. Finally, Yu Linglong came to Yi Futian's pavilion and found him. Get ready, ancient Lulan prepared a feast for everyone. The Virgin of the country will be there too, Yu Linglong said with a smile. The Virgin of ancient Lulan? Yi Futian glanced at her. Why not the princess? Didn't your servant tell you? Ancient Lulan doesn't have a princess, only a virgin. Young Master Qian is waiting outside. Hurry up. Yu Linglong left, smiling. Yi Futian didn't think too much. He called his group and left the pavilion to see Qian Yang's group there already. Let's go, Qian Yang said, smiling. They started towards somewhere. They arrived at the steps before a palace. The feast was already prepared and many people were there. The atmosphere was extraordinary. They'd all come from different places. Qian Yang found a seat and sat down. Yi Futian's group all sat down in the area. Here, it seemed that the people of each force sat in one area. There were many groups. When they sat down, many people looked over, sizing them up. At that time, a group strode over from the palace and came to the top of the steps. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted. Lulan Xue, the virgin of ancient Lulan, was as rumored. Her long hair was like snow, shining with silver light, and spilled down her shoulders. She was ethereal and holy, and her aura was like frost. She seemed like a fairy. Her eyes shimmered with silver light. They were unordinary and were breathtakingly beautiful. What, you can't move your eyes away? Lin Yueyao smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked away and smiled at her. Someone beat you again. Are you unhappy? Is she as pretty as your girlfriend? Lin Yueyao asked, chuckling. Nope, Yi Futian replied. She's too cold and nowhere near Jieyu. Is a cold beauty with a different temperament bad? Lin Yueyao smiled subtly. They spoke very quietly and the steps were far away. Their subject couldn't hear. I'm not like that, Yi Futian said seriously. Lin Yueyao gave him a look. She didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. Many people present were attracted by Lulan Xue. Actually, Lin Yueyao was extremely pretty too. Her features were equal to Lulan Xue, but the latter's temperament was too extraordinary. A young man stood beside Lulan Xue. His eyes were extremely sharp as he scanned everyone and said, "You all have traveled far, thus the Virgin personally prepared this welcoming banquet. In addition, there are some words that must be said about the Lulan relic." Everyone listened quietly. The young man continued, "You are not from ancient Lulan, but we invited you. Naturally, we wish to use the abilities of talents from all over. Everyone present has an extraordinary identity, so there will not be another test. You all can enter the relic with the talents of ancient Lulan. However, the Lulan relic belongs to our country. Many of the rare items belong to our country. Therefore, if you receive anything in the relic, you may take the ritual implements. As for anything special, if ancient Lulan requires it, we will exchange it with an item of equal value. If you agree, you may enter. If not, please leave at your own discretion. We will not force you." When Yi Futian heard this, his eyes flashed. Ancient Lulan seemed to really want the items in the Lulan relic and even invited foreigners to enter the relic. What exactly was in it? He was excited now. According to Qian Yang, the ritual implements of the Lulan relic contained noble fate. It would be difficult for any country in the 100 Lands to produce ritual implements of this level. The people were still quiet. They knew about this already. If you do not speak, I'll take it as acquiescence. As for the dangers in the relic, I'm sure you all have thought about it. I will not waste any more time, the youth said. Let us begin the banquet. Everyone's expressions flickered. They all had different thoughts but still looked at Lulan Xue. Just then, she stood up and faced them all. Please eat your fill. I have other matters to attend and must excuse myself. Virgin, are you going to test the people of ancient Lulan? Someone asked her. Lulan Xue paused. She looked over and nodded. The banquet is unnecessary. Can I go along with you to see the talents of Lulan? The person asked with a smile. Lulan Xue gazed at the youth. She muttered something and left. The youth turned to everyone and asked, Are you all interested in going? It's boring eating here. Why don't we go observe? Someone else said. All right. Those who wish to go may follow me. The others may dine or leave as you wish, the youth said calmly. Many stood up instantly and walked over to him. Let's go too, Qian Yang said. He stood up and walked towards the youth. However, one group left quietly. They didn't follow the others and seemed to be disinterested. Qian Yang knitted his brows at them. They seemed to come from there. If people from there were also interested in the Lulan relic, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 170, Countless people were gathered around the palace's military drill ground. There was a matrix inside the large military drill ground. It was covered in fog and battle drums were on all sides of it. Armored soldiers beat the drums, causing the matrix to be like a scary battlefield. The people of the ancient Lulan had their assessments here. If they could move past the entire battlefield, they would pass. The moment the Virgin Lulan Shui arrived, she attracted many eyes. Her silver hair, silver eyes, and extraordinary aura were all shocking. They'd never seen such a beautiful lady with such a unique aura before. However, she was too cold, as if no one could approach her. The Virgin stood before the military drill ground and looked downward. Instantly, many people stepped onto the grounds as if they wanted to show off. This seems to be a fantasy battlefield, Yi Futian said, looking at the grounds. Apparently, the Lulan relic is a battlefield. Maybe this is to get us accustomed, Yun Qianma said from beside him. Will you go try? Lin Yueao asked with a smile. We can go directly into the relic. There's no point in wasting time, Yi Futian said. You can perform in front of the Virgin, Lin Yueao said, smiling. Yi Futian glared at her, not bothering to reply. Beside them were people from other areas who'd come for the banquet. At this time, someone said, I heard that the relic is a battlefield and this assessment might be a drill. Would anyone like to try? The speaker came from the Yen city of the ancient barren world. The Yen clan was a terrifyingly powerful force with an extremely high attainment in fire. The Yen clan was the top of these comers. The other two parties came from Yunshao City and Jiutian City. Yunshao City's head force was the Yunshao Mountain clan. They had absolute authority in that city. In the outside world, the Yunshao Mountain was a renowned sacred mountain. Countless clans pledged loyalty to it. The Jiutian city's top force was the Jiutian Pavilion. In the outside world, the Jiutian Pavilion ruled over many kingdoms. In those places, the kings didn't dare disobey them. These cities all represented powerful regions in the outside world, the 100 lands couldn't be compared. The Yen clan cultivates fire and the ancient Lulan cultivates water. Fire and water do not mix. I'm afraid the Yen clan will find it difficult during this trip into the relic, someone from Yunshao City joked. Shouldn't fire and water be complementary? A Yen clan member chuckled nonchalantly. This matrix is a battle matrix that tests the will. If you all are interested, you can try, the sharp-eyed youth beside the Virgin Lulan Shui said to the group from the podium. Everyone's eyes flashed, seeming to be a bit interested. The head of the Jiutian city said, why don't each of us send 3 people forward to try? Alright, people of the Yen city and Yunshao city agreed. Sure. Qian Yang nodded too. He looked to Yi Futian and said, you 3 performed brilliantly at the grotto. This matrix is like a different melody that utilizes the same playing techniques. It is quite similar, so how about you all take this chance? No need. We're not interested. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Qian Yang glanced at them. He quickly smiled and nodded. No problem. If that's the case, then you go try. Behind him, Shi Tong, Yu Linglong, and Zhao Han all nodded and walked to the other end of the grounds. You're willing to miss such a good opportunity? Qian Yang asked Yi Futian with a chuckle. Aren't you the same? Yi Futian replied, smiling. Qian Yang's eyes flashed and didn't say anything. Not too long after, the 4 parties entered the drilling ground at the same time. Shi Tong was extremely domineering. He cut open a path with his axe. Yu Linglong was agile while Zhao Han opened a path with his sword. The Yen clan had terrifying flames, the Yunshao Mountain clan was bathed in thunder, and the Jiutian Pavilion's cultivators all had different tricks. They were all extraordinary and forced their way through the matrix. When they reached the end, they looked up at the Virgin Lulan. Lulan Shui nodded lightly, but her expression was still as cold as ever. She didn't say anything either, as if she was born with this personality. Everyone returned to their positions. Yu Linglong smiled and said, the Virgin is so cold but also so beautiful. Indeed, Shi Tong nodded. Qian Yang's eyes flashed. He studied the woman as cold as ice with something deep in his eyes. Wait for me, Yi Futian suddenly said to Yu Sheng and the others. Then he started walking towards the side. Where's he going? Lin Yueyao looked at him. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked towards the podium with an odd expression. Even Qian Yang's group stared at his backside, wondering where he was going. Who is he? Someone from the Yan clan asked. Many looked at him curiously. Yi Futian was dressed in all white and looked like a rich noble. He was extremely handsome and one had to admit that his temperament stood out from the crowd. He walked slowly to the podium the Virgin Lulan was at. Lin Yueyao blinked. Could he do this? At this moment, the sharp youth beside the Virgin looked to Yi Futian as well and saw that he was calm as if he was someone extremely important. May I help you? He asked. I have some questions for the Virgin, Yi Futian said calmly. The sharp youth furrowed his brows but the Virgin Lulan Shui looked over to Yi Futian. She said, let him come. Thus the youth let him pass. Yi Futian walked to Lulan Shui and asked with a smile, you cultivate the power of ice, focusing on spiritual sorcery, correct? Lulan Shui looked at him in shock and asked coolly, how do you know? You can see one's cultivation from their temperament. Virgin, you are so cold that you naturally cultivate ice. As for spiritual sorcery, it can be seen through the eyes, Yi Futian said calmly. He walked to the Virgin's side and looked down at the drilling ground. The people from the four forces all stared at Yi Futian, dumbfounded. Right now, he stood side by side with the Virgin. His temperament was unsurpassed as if he was someone extraordinary. Who is he? The people of the Yan clan and Yunshao mountain clan all asked. They looked to Qianyang, wondering who exactly was the leader of the Qianmeng city. From the looks of Yi Futian's aura besides the Virgin, he seemed to be the one in charge of things. Qian Yang's expression was twisted while Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. So shameless. She's just the Virgin Lulan, Yuxing said coolly. What was so special about her? Nowadays, those with high status might not be able to stand beside Yi Futian in the future. Lin Yueyao glanced at Yuxing, speechless again. Did these two not even care about the Virgin of the ancient Lulan? Now, Lulan Shui also looked at Yi Futian with some shock. The people of different forces always tried to show off before her, and the people from the four parties had done the same when entering the drilling ground. She'd never expected someone to walk to her so shamelessly. Earlier in the banquet, I heard your guards say that there's something that ancient Lulan wants in the relic, Yi Futian said to her. If you say what specifically it is, it'll be easier to find. Lulan Shui looked at him with her silver eyes. If there are treasurable books in the relic, you can pay special attention to them. I understand. Yi Futian nodded and said, I am in a low plane while I don't fully trust the people with me. If I receive the treasure that the ancient Lulan wants, I'll hand it over. But will the Virgin protect me once I leave the relic? After all, people will try to forcefully take it from me. Lulan Shui looked at him. He was in a slightly lower plane but he was still so confident. Still, she nodded. I will also enter the relic. If you find anything, you can come to me. Much thanks. Yi Futian smiled and went back to the crowd. What did you say to the Virgin? Qian Yang came up to ask. I asked her what kind of man she likes, Yi Futian replied with a grin. Young master, let's go back. Watching Yi Futian leave, Qian Yang frowned. Was this guy joking? How could he say something like that to the Virgin? Zhao Han looked at Yi Futian darkly. This bastard never took the normal path. The others all tried to show off to the Virgin while he just walked up and started chatting with her. Yi Futian was too lazy to worry about what they were thinking. He truly didn't trust Qianyang. The other hadn't mentioned the relic situation at all but Yi Futian bet that Qianyang hadn't investigated it. It would be okay if he couldn't find anything in the relic. If he really did find the treasure, then anything could happen. It was better safe than sorry. 3 days later, many people were grouped deep inside the palace. Yi Futian's group from the Qianmeng city, the people chosen from the Yan city, Yunshao city, Zhoutian city, and Lulan city, and those who hadn't gone to the drilling ground after the banquet were all present. Lulan Shui was there as well. She'd personally brought people here. Behind her, there were many guards, all with extraordinary auras. They were clearly trained well and were now elites in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian studied them all and then looked to the mysterious group from an unknown place. There were 4 of them, all quiet but with a dangerous aura. They were probably extremely powerful. There was a gate up ahead. Behind it was a fog zone. One could vaguely see an extremely ancient city wall and gate. That was where the relic was located. The Lulan Palace was built before the Lulan relic to guard it. "Let us set off," the youth beside Lulan Shui said now. Everyone nodded and walked forward. "Let's go," Qian Yang said. Yi Futian's group stepped out, walking past the gate and into the foggy area. A strange feeling filled the air. They passed through the fog and the old city wall became clearer. "The relic is past the city gate. Be careful," the man beside Lulan Shui said. Everyone grew more guarded as they walked towards the old city gate. Yi Futian activated his freedom meditation and looked forward to see through the fog. Chapter 171, Yi Futian's gaze seemed to penetrate through the heavy fog. Looking beyond the fog, Yi Futian finally laid eyes on the scene that was unfolding. His expression changed drastically before yelling, "Look out!" He had only just spoken when tens of thousands of arrows whisked through the air straight toward them like a meteor shower, covering the entirety of the sky above. In an instant, figures lifted into the air one by one. Next to Qian Yang, Zhao Han, Shi Tong, and others stepped forward. Sword intent cut through the air as a huge axe flew forward, destroying the wave of arrows headed for them. "Let's go," Qian Yang called out before he ran ahead. The cultivators from the other groups also sped up, moving at the speed of light. In front of Yi Futian, the black-winged eagle shook its large wings, creating a gust of wind that pushed away the attacking arrows. At the same time, the beast led Yi Futian and the others towards the gates ahead. They made it through the fog and into the relic. They were met with a large armored army which seemed to have no end from where they were looking. "Let's go to the soldier's mound," a voice spoke out suddenly. It came from the sharp-looking young man next to the Virgin. Yi Futian's eyes lit up and he ordered the black-winged eagle to follow behind the Virgin and her group. It was definitely not their first time in this relic. What was the soldier's mound? The endless army they had just seen was not made up of real people, but it was as if they were alive because they initiated an attack. Boom! A fearsome force of energy blanketed the area. The army below was actually using sorcery. Their attack charged directly at the group up in the air. Virgin Lulan Shui looked down with her silver eyes. A terrifying glow emitted from her eyes, sealed all the charging arrows in ice as they made their way into the skies. On Yi Futian's side, the black-winged eagle kept spitting out wind blades down at the army. However, the army seemed to have an unlimited supply of arrows. Yun Qianma descended from the skies to release a shower of swords. Light gleamed off of the blades as the swords rained down, creating a protective field in the surrounding area to aid the black-winged eagle's advance. An ancient city. Yi Futian lifted his head to look up ahead. The Lulan relic was actually a mysterious ancient city. Furthermore, it seemed as if the entire city was set up to form a powerful matrix. Traveling straight ahead, Yi Futian noticed that the city below was packed full of people. There were powerful cultivators everywhere. "This is a matrix," said Yi Futian, "a very powerful one at that." The matrix covered the entire city. Entering the city, they had also made their way into the matrix. Yi Futian observed the crowd below. The armies suited in silver armor radiated the aura of the lower-level Dharma planes. However, among those clad in silver, there were generals suited in golden armors. The aura they emitted was that of the mid-level Dharma planes. The huge matrix had separated the armies in the ancient city by planes of cultivation. Lulan Shui led the way as everyone else followed behind. They were moving very fast, but that did not stop the armies from below who would charge into the skies at them every now and then. However, among the people entering the relic, only Yi Futian and his friends were in the lower-level Dharma planes. All the others were top-level Dharma plane cultivators. Naturally, the people below were not able to stop them from moving forward. Despite this, Yi Futian predicted there would be an existence of greater power at this historical site. After some time, they arrived at a location guarded by generals in gold armors. There were even some people donning rose-gold armors. Their aura let others know that they were of the higher-level Dharma planes. Kill them. Beside Lulan Shui, the sharp-looking young man led his people forward. His Dharma appeared behind him and a windstorm brewed. From the storm, shot out countless spears, killing the armor-clad generals. The others joined in on the action, and in the blink of an eye, the whole area was in disarray. Very quickly, they had killed everyone guarding the location. Up ahead, a solemn tower appeared. It radiated an aura of mystery. Ritual implements of all sorts floated in the air around the tower. Soldier's mound. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Was this tower the soldier's mound? As long as you can manage to take the ritual implements with you, they belong to you, said Lulan Shui. It was an expansive area that the implements were spread out in. Everyone looked around at the glowing objects, ready to make their picks. Rumors said it was extremely difficult to take the implements away from the Lulan relic. Even if they were right in front of your very eyes, you couldn't take them with you. Noble will circulate it in these implements, so it would require an individual to have enough willpower of their own. Zhao Han headed in the direction of a certain sword. It glowed with a golden light, making its blade seem extremely sharp. One could even see their own reflection on the blade of the sword. Mine, said Zhao Han. Releasing a fearsome force of sword intent, he walked up to the sword. He extended his arm to reach for the sword. But just then, the sword exploded with a shocking and destructive force of sword intent itself. Within seconds, the strong force had launched Zhao Han's body backward with a low groan of pain. He spat blood and the color washed from his face. Everyone's eyes fell on him. The ritual implements of the Lulan relic were not that easy to obtain. If it were that simple, the implements at the historical relic would have been long gone. What happened? Qian Yang asked Zhao Han. Although he had already done prior research, this was also his first time in the Lulan relic. The sword seems to have a mind of its own. It repelled me, said a pale-faced Zhao Han. Behind them, Yi Futian's eyes browsed through each ritual implement. With the freedom meditation in motion, he was able to see the terrifying willpower in each implement. It almost looked as if the power was locked within the objects. This force of will was most likely noble will. Another figure moved forward. It was a cultivator from Yunshao Mountain clan. As he stepped forward, his entire body was bathed in the glow of lightning. Reaching out his hand, even his hand carried the terrifying power of lightning. His palm wrapped around a thunder hammer basking in a rosy gold gleam of dominance. A thundering force of power erupted in the air. The power of lightning in the palm of the cultivator's palm suppressed the force from the ritual implement. Just then, the force followed the curvature of the cultivator's arm and rushed crazily into his body. The horrific willpower from the implement clashed with the will in his body. Following this was a groan from this cultivator who cultivated in the element of lightning. He had been struck by lightning and was fried pitch black. The cultivator from the Yunshao Mountain clan was met with this pitiful result and fell to the ground from the skies. People stepped up for their own attempts one by one, but not one succeeded. The ancient historical site had been around of ages, but all the ritual implements were still there. This meant that not a single person had been able to take an implement away from the Lulan relic. It was an impossible task. Lulan Shui watched everything unfold quietly. Were the sealed noble will ritual implements still unable to find their successors? Yi Futian, aren't you going to give it a try? Qian Yang asked with his eyes trained on Yi Futian. After you, young master. Qian Yang stepped out. Fate from his body exploded, reaching the air 10 feet above him. The noble fate attracted the attention of everyone around. Young Master Qian will definitely be able to claim one of the implements, said Zhao Han. I'll try it out first. Qian Yang had spoken. He moved towards the golden sword Zhao Han had attempted to claim just before. Noble fate formed into a dragon, revolving around his body, and its sharp claws reached for the hilt of the sword. A fearsome force of sword intent burst from the sword, disregarding the power of the fate. It rushed directly into Qian Yang's mind. His fate returned to his body. The will that made up his noble fate was terrifyingly powerful. Closing his eyes, his will fought against the sword intent in his mind. The two parties engaged in a formless battle. Sword intent flowed outside of Qian Yang's body, creating a sharp screeching sound as it battled against his willpower. Zhao Han and the others had their eyes glued on Qian Yang. Just a little while later, Qian Yang's forehead was already drenched in sweat. Perspiration ran down his face like an endless waterfall. Whoosh! A force of sword intent whisked by. Qian Yang was pushed back and the sword intent dissipated, returning back into the sword. A voice spoke out right after, still lacking a little something. Hearing the voice, everyone's eyes widened and looked towards the sword. Could it even make noises like that? Who was speaking? Qian Yang's face was drenched in sweat and he had turned pale as a ghost. He had actually failed. I couldn't win against the noble will in the sword. The ritual implements of the soldier's mound choose their successors, said Qian Yang with a heavy expression. The implements had life, the life of their original owners. Their noble will was not destroyed and was sealed in this historical site, to live on in the implements they possessed when they were living. The sword and the noble will came as a package deal. The will would never be destroyed. Thus, one must obtain the acknowledgement of the noble will within before being able to take control of the ritual implement. Yi Futian observed in silence. He had also deduced that the implements of the soldier's mound choose their own successors, just as Qian Yang had said. I'll give it a go, said Yi Futian. He walked forward and laid eyes on a flame scepter. Getting up close, a burning flame was ignited in the palm of his hand as he reached out for the scepter. A first-level Dharma plane cultivator. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. This was the guy who walked up to stand side by side with the Virgin the other day. No one expected his level of cultivation to be so low. The moment Yi Futian's palm wrapped around the flame scepter, a wild force of fire will rushed into his mind. It was almost as if the power from the terrifying force wanted to burn him down to nothing. Yi Futian immediately let go and took steps back. He stared at the flame scepter in front of him. Where is the Virgin Lulan? Asked a voice that suddenly appeared. Lulan Shui stepped forward and finally spoke, here. Just then, an apparition formed by will appeared next to the flame scepter. The figure was engulfed in flames. Everyone's gaze was frozen at his sudden appearance. This is getting out of hand. You're even allowing first-level Dharma plane cultivators into the relic as a contender of the ritual implements, the fiery apparition asked the Virgin Lulan. He was very obviously discontented. Lulan Shui glanced over at Yi Futian quickly. She had not known that he was in such a low level of cultivation. Are things really going downhill with every passing generation? Is there anyone else who wants to try? The figure looked around the room at the others. A mere first-level Dharma plane cultivators would never be able to intake his will. Even top-level Dharma plane cultivators could barely manage.